sitting a little bit behind Rebels. Currently, Rebels obviously still yet to play today, but if they can get themselves locked in, well, say Falcons beat Rebels, suddenly Twisted Minds are going to be a little bit clear of the top of this group, and on the other sad side of that, Geekay could find themselves drifting further and further. They need to make sure that they can keep this one level because, well, let's say that they get the 3 points, and let's say Falcons beat Rebels, that means every single team apart from Secret in this group will be on 3 points, and really nothing can be sort of silted away from the pan of all of it. It starts here, though, and with pretty predictable bans, I think you could say there, Demo.
10 seconds.
Yeah, no surprise. Consulate. I mean, Grim and Ying, we know in terms of what Geekay can have up their sleeve, those are two key operators. So, yeah, I think Twisted Minds done their homework really well, which, I mean, I don't think was a difficult assignment, though. I will say a lot of people will know what Geekay are really good at. So, yeah, pretty much a no-brainer. Obviously, for Geekay, I think the Fenrir, it allows players, you know, like Sarks, who we know can just go on a wander and can find 3 players out of nothing. So I think removing a trap for him is going to be great. Goyo, obviously, whenever they... You know, I think Geekay, they will always try and play for a plan. You know, as much as what their siege is chaotic, it's always with the intention of get that diffuser down. So removing an operator like the Goyo is going to help them big time in that department. So, yeah, I think the bans pretty much suit the storyline of what both these teams are. Straight away, you see a Thatcher on a top floor. Immediately you're thinking, okay, we're going to be shooting some C4s out. This is going to be clay pigeon shooting.
I think this is sort of the play, right? And I mean, it's great. It's one of my favorite little adaptations. We obviously got to see it quite early on last time round, and in the sort of changes of Thatcher, and you know that they're going to be just hucking everything at this corner. You know there's going to be the play of destruction, and then you sort of look at what there is, and it's like, oh no, it's the smoke canisters, right? That they can catch. Then they've got to try and play against the Shimika launcher. That should alone be enough to deny it, and the Thatcher's not really going to be able to do anything. So you have to come up with the alternate approaches, and Hungry jumping in on a shield near the site. That is something that we've seen for a long time. He's a Swiss Army knife of a player. More than happy to pick up any real operator and bring them in. One of those players that's also, even before shields got better, pretty solid. Glad he's in. Trying to find something, but nothing can quite connect here. They've pulled back. They're going for the plant. Backpool goes down. Rex goes down. Yeah, that is a big oh dear. Was Packball caught from underneath?
Yeah, in Garage, Hasham killed him, he impacted, and then they had pre-placed holes above.
Brilliant. I mean, oh, look at that lineup.
Yeah.
Brilliantly played there by Hasham, and well, that really took them a bit by surprise. Hungry does get one. At the same time, Jalad finds Art, and well, they know exactly where they are. They keep them out of the close swing. And they know where the kit is too.
Hang on a minute. All of a sudden, Hungry just find one. I was thinking, well, it's going to take a while for them to flame out.
Are you kidding?
A 1v1 now. Hasham against Hungry. I mean, this is it. This is cinema.
Goes for the recollection of the kit. 20 seconds, though. And, well, here's the bit of the motion. And the Solace will know entirely when he's planning. He's going to go underneath. Pulls off just the last second, but now look how far he's going away.
Has an impact.
There it is, the second play, the second place. He's waiting, he's holding, he knows he can play against it. Has he waited too long? Yes! A post plant demo. A post plant with a Monty. He can't really go that way. The laser grid means that he'll go down pretty quickly instead. Buys himself the safety, buys himself a back line. Hasham, from the brilliance of his first stop, might have missed the moment here. Goes for the long arm. Tucked in round in the corner. Hungry's got to make a move. He gets himself in close and he gets the execute. I said it was over. Demo, I was wrong.
He's back. He's back, everyone. Hungry somehow wins it. I don't know how he's been able to win it. Against a Solus on a bomb site which is entirely destructible from below, and he has an impact, but he never went for it. I mean, it's a strange one from Hasham. But even still, I mean, how are they winning it from the 2v4? That's what I want to know.
It shouldn't have really come to
it's a funny old game, isn't it? This Siege. Funny old game.
I guess it's always the element, right? Because we can sort of sit here and you know, we get the vision, and often it'll come with the tagline of, we don't really know what they know. We don't know what they can play at. But you're playing with Solus underneath. Had the read. I think we got it out 3 times to sort of check and recheck. And maybe at some point during the middle of that, there was a miscomm or a missed call or a missed idea of that he'd come off the plant and gone back on the plant and wanted to bait out utility, and that's why he held on. But nerves of steel, 7 seconds, held on for the plant. It was also great from Hungry as well, because he had the immediate knowledge of, oh, he's gone underneath, he's going to try and get this position. Just took off somewhere else, took off to a position where he wasn't going to get caught, and took off to a place where they still had to be a bit of run and a bit of motion. And well, the first start is theirs, and here still with the shield, gonna bring a blitz instead, and still with the Solus on the top floor. Hashon, they're gonna just get the read, make sure that they know the approach is coming via Visa, and hope that they don't get caught out and found here. They can be a sneaky secret strike later on. Well, the first is on half of the hard breach. There goes Packball.
A good opening pick for Twisted Minds. But I suppose this is kind of what we expected, though, on Consulate defense. With the players that this team has, where they just want to get into the thick of it and go for those fights. No surprise to see them pull off the first kill. Ashon, the lone man upstairs, he has been spotted out by Snake and Sarks. Give that information over and just retreat back towards Spiral. I suppose probably the thought process from Geekay is, do we have the time and resources to go after this guy? You know, or do we just let him sit there? And, well, maybe you should have, because he's been a bit of a nuisance there towards Ash, because he was attempting to open up one of the Visa hatches, but Hashon able to destroy those pellets, and oh no, Hashon, he's went for the jump out and got a kill.
I mean, he's trying to rebuild the sort of energy he lost from before. But to be fair, he started the first round brilliant as well, and mistakes are made. There's Starks getting Gillette, getting some of the pressure back in towards their favor. The external run out is this brawl once again. Who will be the one that pulls it off this time round? Another impact. Hungry. He's baited them all out. Hungry goes for it and gets the kill. Hashom. I mean,
no enemies
he's
I love this
sending
game. I love this game. A beautiful game. Oh, fantastic. I mean, it's a 3v3, 40 seconds. Bomb site's below, by the way. Bomb site is below. We've seen no action towards the basement. It's all been in towards the top floor, mid floor. He's still got a blitz that they can utilize, who maybe try and just force their way in for a backside take, and that's what they're going to go for. Hungry doesn't have smokes, though, so that is a little bit of a mistake. Maybe he should have thought about bringing in the smokes, because he could have done with some of them. Now they can't really have a good opportunity to block off lines of sight. He's going to full send it now. Trying to isolate these 1v1s. Hungry needs to try and find a pick, and oh, flashes one. Does he get it? Yes, he does. Will isolate into 1v2, but he doesn't have enough time to get the rest. Close, but no cigar for Hungry this time on the blitz. Twisted Minds get it over the line, but oh, what can you say about that round? What fun.
I mean, how is that round 2? Like,
this is the game. What did I say? This was the game I wanted to see.
How are we at this already? There's a history between these two teams. There's history between these two sets of players and these players in general. And those always produce often the best results, right? I mean,
hang that in the Louvre, please.
It's like, you know, there's like old spinning things where it's like you look through the gaps and it's like the circle and it has all the different pictures and it turns it into an animation. We need that.
No, like the oldest form of animation, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. I can't remember what it's called. Yeah. Okay. Fine. We've had those 2 rounds, but what about a third crazy round? We'll find out, I suppose. We head
What's
back.
next?
In fact, we don't head back. We're on towards piano. So we get ourselves locked in towards the mid ground. It's obviously the round before we get the bans through.
Yeah.
I think Solus might get banned. I don't know.
What do you want to see? What do you want to see out of this round? What's next? This feels like a taster menu from Essen Blumenthal. You know, what's it going to be next? What's he came up with?
I want to see a classic pack ball clutch that almost goes horribly wrong, and sometimes does go horribly wrong. Like,
yeah, maybe the Amara shotgun. That's what I want.
Amara shotgun, yeah, we had a little bit of that yesterday.
Yeah. Checked it. Oh, well.
We did,
like, you don't make this up. You can't make this up. He places a claymore on the window and he gets shot through the window.
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's the previous sort of star player last standing of the first 2 rounds gone.
Swapping mags.
But also the loss of the Capital is pretty heavy in terms of their like forward aggressive gadgetry, right? They don't have any Grim, obviously. They don't have any Candelas, obviously. They sort of had that, and then that was kind of it. You could try and lob the track stingers and draw some attention away and try and hit them with an air jab, but otherwise, just sending flashes on the back of those grenades and hoping you can try and get a kill on towards the back and upside down repel with the super shorty.
4v4. Geekay, they have got a foothold in the building. Impact Ball's got himself in towards Admin right now, and what is that? What is that? From P9? Just floor bangs him? What? Is there a Valkyrie camera? Is there any info? What was that?
There had to be.
Gotta be.
Well, it hasn't quite ended. Packball's able to get one more. What did I say I wanted at the start of this?
Packball clutch.
A Packball insane clutch. And he has a minute to try and make that come together. He was an early removal in the first 2 rounds. In fact, he was the first removal in the first 2 rounds. Entry death both times. Now he is all that is left of trying to get themselves the lead back onto this after what was a pretty chaotic start. Caught by the Banshee, hit on the pre-fire and sprays on, but Dover's able to get that drop. No clutch just yet, but as weird as it is to say, probably the sanest end of a round that we've had so far.
Fixing his hair. Use the camera. I mean, it's just aggression, isn't it, from Twisted Minds? And I mean, 2 kills coming from just wall bangs and floor bangs. What can you say about that if you're Geekay? I will make a point though. You look at the ban that Geekay went for. They went for the Goyo. Other than the first round, they have not went fast to try and take ground and go for plants, which is the kind of style of siege that we're used to seeing. You know, quick, aggressive. That's what Geekay will apply. Then they've also banned the Fenrir. That would help them with the backstabs as people are going in for those fast, aggressive, quick plant plays. They're not playing to their bans at the moment, I can see from Geekay. It almost feels they're trying to go a little bit slow and almost try and say, okay, they're going to be really aggressive. Let's try and sit back and let them peek us, let us swing that. That's not working for them. I would rather just see them headbutt against Twisted Minds and just play their style of siege, because that's what kind of worked for them the first round. Remember, they went for just sneaking a glass in through the front office rappel. They have the Monty pressure in towards yellow. That's the style of play that worked for Geekay in that first round. So I want to see more than that.
10 seconds
You know, Twisted Minds, they're not going to change their playstyle. Like, the operators have been, you know, a little bit of mix with the solos, with the traps, maybe a little bit of denial here and there, but for the most part, it's pretty much the same for Twisted Minds every single time. And again, you look at the ban from Geekay. What have they also removed? With the Chanka, another form of denial. I just want to see them hit these bomb sites fast and aggressive and aim for those plants, because Consulate, it's already going to be a difficult map to attack. No matter what team you're playing, that's just the way the map is. And the best success that we have seen teams have on their attacks is by hitting these bomb sites hard and fast.
At this point, they have themselves at least a pretty even spread of kills for how these rounds have played out. There hasn't really been anybody from the side of Twisted Minds that's been continually the one stepping in. On the other side of it, you sort of look at the problems of Geekay, and you've got Sarks and Hungary fine popping in, but outside of that, 3 players, 1 kill between them. And that was one of the problems that we actually sort of had from them yesterday. There really wasn't a spread of action coming across them. They just could not get themselves sort of in towards the game and in towards the killing side of it. And yeah, you're looking at this approach, you're looking at you are on the attack, you're trying to drive that energy, but you can't just have the rest of the team being able to lock it all out. We have this juggling game. potentially about to come together, but remember how it went last time. If they don't have the security of these positions and they don't have the awareness, well, what do? Do you try and run a bit deeper? In that case, you have to try and get this control of this position. The Capital Bolt start. Hasham is almost entirely out there. Solid, pretty much cooked.
Yeah. I'm surprised he's alive, but they have removed the player in that corner, and now they can go for the plant. They have the Thatcher. They can deny any form of C4s as long as they have somebody below, which they do with Sarks. No, backball misses the C4. They've tried to swing in the windows. A replant's going to go down, but now the fire's gone. The air jab goes off. Is he going to stick this? He's going to try, but no, the shotgun swing. And look at the position now that Trix is into. Tucked in towards that same corner that Hasham was in. A 2v4 now for Sarks and Packbull. They have to go up against. Oh dear, Packbull must be kicking himself that he missed that opportunity, because that should have been a plant.
It's the element where it just doesn't feel like things are properly connecting together, and as gets himself as fourth. Will he lock in this final kill here on towards Packbull? I said there isn't really a single player that's entirely leading the charge, and we might be about to get an ace. There goes Dove. Packbull's able to get himself in. Oh, he gets himself a second. A 2 versus 1. They're just going to peel themselves back. Low health on both P9 and Trix. And I don't know about the player that's close around. They've built up a pretty decent crossfire here. As soon as he hits one on contact, the other will swing, but oh! Just activates in time there. Good play to stop that one filtering away from them, but again, it's getting close.
Good crossfire. And I think they knew they were going to win that just based on where each other's were. Yes, quite a gap between them, but it's Packbull sandwiched in the middle of them. Yeah, just that one C4. Packbull misses EMP blast. And really at that point, can't get much going. Big swing coming in.
User has been dropped.
Yeah, just a shame, isn't it? I think if you're Geekay, done everything right, you cleared the player out of the corner, you have that presence downstairs. Just that one missed bit of util not being caught by the Thatcher, and that is what killed the round. Dead. But it happens. It does happen.
Reloading.
And this point here, with how they've been able to sort of get themselves a bit of ground, how they've been able to, you know, keep locking things down, we're getting further and further away from that one round win. But let's be real, it should have probably been Twisted Mind. It was, I think, a 4 versus 2. Yeah. And then massive clutch back in from Hungary. This could be a 4-0 right now. This could be.
Look at those red game.
Yeah, exactly. But then it's also very similar to how it was yesterday, as I said. I mean, Hungary went 1-7 yesterday, so he's been able to step back in. Ask went 2-8. Packbull 3-7. There's always this divide, whereas Sark's positive, 10-8. But then the rounds that they got, 2 rounds, it was the first and it was the third. And then other than that, they just got shut out by Rebels. And as I said before, if they lose this, they'll find themselves still in sort of equal company at the bottom of the board on 0 points against Secret. But
radar's picked up a
equal with
threat
Secret,
nearby.
and they're probably going to try and turn things back on. They're not playing today. Darks has the read. Snake is just going to see if he can slip his way around. Does get a great take on towards Tenari. And can get caught out by the C4 as well. There's a quick bit of motion. Hungry's able to find Hasham, and here is that pace demo that you sort of called for.
Yeah, that's better. Hit them hard, use the shields. Against Sarks, I mean, in terms of pickups for GK, I think Sarks is a really good one to get. You know, as much as what we talked about that Fnatic team last year, Sarks, I think, was a big kind of shining light for that side, and we've seen him play really well, despite the results of the team in general. So I think GK getting Sarks, yeah, great pickup for them. You know, we know what he does. He just kills. That is his job, and he's very self-sufficient. You know, he just goes and does his own thing. Doesn't need to be, you know, somebody look after him. He just goes off and he gets results. And right now, I mean, Dova is pinched in not a great position. The rotate open to his left, spiral to his right. Only a matter of time, though, exactly where he is too. At least they should have. And Sark's not called that out to his teammate. Rexon goes down. But a 1v3 now that Trix has to clutch up.
And he cannot. There is the most stable round we've seen from this team. I would say probably, maybe even over the past 2 days, actually, but definitely today. They get themselves locked in. They made sure they had some pace in their approach. They made sure they were able to sort of collapse and close down what they needed to.
Yep.
From there, sort of a bit more par for the course. And they also didn't really give opportunity for it to be brought back into by Twisted Minds, but they kept them at a bit of arm's length. They made sure that they operated together. They had a trade game for it. This is the opener. Said starts, great pickup, but then Hungary comes around almost immediately. The pressure was coming behind the Denari at the same second. There again, this trade game, they're just making sure that they're on each other's shoulders, and that's sort of that netted result.
I mean, 2 attacks, I think, in this half is good for Geekay. Don't forget the map. Yeah. So, overall, even if they lose this one a 4-2, I'd still be happy with that if you're Geekay. Getting the 2 attacks, very important consulate. Have the opportunity to maybe get the 3rd, who knows? But for Geekay, that's more like it, isn't it? Attacking Twisted Minds, going up against them, not playing as timid. Take the initiative, take the aggression against them. You've got a very capable shield player in the form of Hungary. Use him. You know, Blitz can be so devastating, especially, you know, with an operator like your Solid Snake, where you can get that just instant information. It's a great combination to have.
Can they get themselves one more? Can they just try and push this one over the divide? Obviously, we're on towards this side. They've kept themselves rotating. We're onto piano. I mean, fair enough, really, with the pressures that we've seen down on that basement. Changing sort of filtered away. When we were on round 2, there was a lot of moments where we were like, this is a bit of slippy siege. But it ultimately was that sort of back and forth, and they don't want to have that gamble when this site was a pretty solid hold, and it started with a swing out onto a player planting a claymore. It doesn't feel like Twisted Minds are going for that same sort of moment. They're happy to have something go their way and then move on towards an adaptation. And here it is, you know, still with a bit of that intel, still with a bit of that drive, but not trying to stretch the fight outside the building as much as they did last time. We feel a long way from Hasham running outside. We don't feel a long way from Dover getting a kill like that.
This will be fun.
Yeah, a little bit more tame, isn't it? I think from Twisted Minds this round. Just looking to play a little bit more passive, and in goes Hungry with that shield. He checked his corners. No, he has not. And that's an easy one for Hasham. Goes up to Deagle too. Knows there's going to be one more following up behind. There's actually 2 towards Spiral. One actually, I believe, outside on the scaffolding. 2 towards Yellow now. Rexon. Try and go up against it, but I mean, just look at this from Twisted Minds. I mean, they're covering all the angles. However, Dova's went for a bit of a stroll towards Rexon. Nobody's backed him up, so it will be a missed opportunity for that trade. Hasham, I mean, the lone man to try and hold Rexon.
I mean, P9, a little bit of an off-the-piece position. Rexon goes down as well, gets cleaned up. Just almost gets. Oh! Woo! We went from one almost exciting sort of bang into the next. Now dropped into sight, 40 seconds. And a 4 versus 2 half. Let us obviously sort of look at how that grows in towards it with the comparisons, and in a second we'll be able to pass it over towards our wonderful desk for them to break that one down. But currently, I mean, as he said, 2 attack rounds, pretty decent handle, pretty decent setup, pretty decent lock-in. It just sort of grows in towards the idea of consulate. It grows in, but we will go in towards our analyst desk.
Thank you very much. Well, first half, we have just witnessed here absolutely chaos. I mean, we said that was going to happen during this game. Aggression, chaos, but we're watching a whole gunfight happening outside for multiple seconds. Jack, what is going on?
Oh, let's roll the clip. This is the identity of both of these teams. Geekay in a 4 versus 3. They do not need to be doing this, but this is their identity. This is the fiber of their being. They want to have gunfights. They want to get the kills. It obviously didn't go well, but they will stick to it no matter what. When have we ever seen such a gunfight happen? In the end, they end up winning the round, but they take unnecessary risks, and that is what their identity is, Leo.
I just felt like every round was just a repeat. Like the first round is a 5v3, they lose it. The second round is another 5v3. No, it was a 4v2. They win it still, but he went back to a 2v2. Another 4v5 where Hashom is outside and gives back the man advantage. Every single round, they do the hardest part. They get aggressive. They hit nasty shots. Even on last round, by the way, Dove quick picks and just one stab Spabull on that yellow window. Beautiful play, right? And then what do you see Dove do? He just runs at the guy in front of top stairs, and even though it's a 5v3 and he could just be holding an angle, he just sprints to them. It's just, they will be relentless. They will aggress all the time. That's just the fun part about Twisted Mind.
I will say though, for me, Ask really needs to step up. He had a pretty poor game yesterday. He's having a really poor game today as Geekay get onto their defenses. He was brought in for the experience from the South American League, so he's the one that needs to drag them through this.
Well, the thing is with this game, though, are you not entertained? In my opinion, S tier EML gameplay with so much chaos, and I hope we get to see more of that in the second half.
Thank you very much, and we will find ourselves back in towards the second half. Now, you said 2 rounds should be enough. Are we about to get that full through read here, Demo?
I think the first round's very important, isn't it? Because there we kind of have an idea. Okay, GK in a good stead now. They've pulled it back 1 round between them, or Twisted Minds come in. They get that first round, and then it's a 5-2, and there's a 3-round gap. So very, very important to see how this kind of second half will play out. And it's all down to GK. You know, they need to make sure they can tighten up this defense and have a really strong half, because like I said, the 2 attacks, that's good stead, I think, for GK. But we'll see what Twisted Minds have in store for us. Wonder how aggressive GK is going to be in the defense, because I mean, as the desk just showed us what GK do, I wonder if that's going to kind of carry over. Is it going to be the same kind of aggression that Twisted Minds did against them? You know, there was moments there where GK, they were going aggressive. You know, we know they can play that play style. So I just wouldn't need to see it. I just need to know.
Okay.
It's the fun bit about new teams, isn't it? This is
it's always the best bit, is getting a taste of mystery, right? There's the elements of, we're like chefs. We're not chefs. They're like chefs. We're the lovely restaurant.
We're the critics.
We're the critics. Well, no, actually, okay. We're not allowed to be the critics. Reddit is the critics. Twitch has the critics. We're the people that eat the food and go, no, this is delicious.
I thought I washed the dishes, to be honest. I thought I'd clean up this mess.
I get the drinks. That's what I do. How was it today? You get to see these elements come together, and they will cook in private, and then they will reveal these things to you. And it's different on maps, it's different on energies, but it's also different against who you go against, because you back a house team, you back a house sort of staff. Your counter prep and prep, which we talked about before, is a big important part. And there's the first that goes. A big important part is Hashom. Removed early on, no lion charges, and when the sort of limitations here, if you're looking at the bans of the Deimos and the Dockerby, now those roamers are going to feel a little bit fun and freewheeling potentially here, Demo.
I like that from GK. Braxton going aggressive, swinging a window, kills them outside of the Visa window. That's what you want to see if you're GK. Start things off strong, assert that dominance against Twisted Minds. Let them know that they're going in for a tough time in this half. Minute 40. They'll play with, and Twisted Minds, they've got themselves a good kind of foothold in towards admin right now. We can start going through the traditional way of how we've seen teams go for this admin side. We want to try and clear in towards vending next, get yourself prepped to try and take in towards front office, and then eventually work your way into meeting for that plant. I've got the glass here that have a few smokes, and also don't forget the Capitao has smokes to assist.
Breach charge.
So we would expect to see some pretty big value from 3-9 here. Minute gone. Everyone just prepping, and Sark's a great swing on the Spiral. Takes down J-Lad, and really that backside pressure you would like to apply towards Spiral, it's gone now. So for Twisted Minds, they're going to have to try and pull off some miraculous kills, because all 3 of them are just grouped up together right now. They have no pressure coming anywhere else in the map.
Well, here's just a swing through against the fire. Tries to find the fight either side of it, but you can see that, well, Rexton's the next to take damage, but otherwise, 30 seconds, you're in, fine. But how do you get this put down to a plant? How do you get the coverage? As you get set on fire and Rexon gets P9, you're probably not going to get anywhere. Safe sucks for 3 and a flawless. As the opener up there. Strong first defense there. Or is it something where we're getting a bit of a tail on the attacks, Demo?
Yeah, really important, I think, for Geekay to get that round. It shows that they're here to play now. And I think in terms of first defense, things went perfect. You get a really early kill onto the kind of star boy off Twisted Minds. You kill Hashon right from the get-go. Then you're able to get a kill on the spiral. You eliminate any of the backside, and then you just play the util. You know, you have that Tachanka. You've got that double man advantage. Really easy for Geekay just to sit in their hands at that point, so they can assess what's our win con. Oh, we just sit back and let the util do the work, and they did that. So overall from Geekay, great start. Twisted Minds. That's the top floor lockdown, which I suppose is good news. But you will have to go back there again. Don't forget. Not opting for the basement here, Geekay. Instead, going for the mid floor. I mean, you'll probably have to play that anyway. You know, we know what Constant's like. You're going to go for those full rotations. I mean, split bomb site as well. I mean, I'm quite a fan of split bomb site. I think we've seen some pretty good kind of assessments of that during Invite with a split bomb site. And certainly always an option you have to be kind of careful for. Didn't see it though on the Twisted Mind side.
Got the drive in. We've talked about Monty being the sort of man of exploration. See if they can try and maybe get a bit more control on this round, right? Not get themselves sort of picked apart on the approach piece by piece. Jackson obviously had a really sort of big lead through. He wasn't the loudest over yesterday and even the start of today. Since then, it's been a bit more of a pressure in, a bit more of a return. Here's the quick break. Just ready, get the work done. In case they go for something a bit cheeky, they're always possible, they're always likely. And again, it is that counter strat, it's that counter prep, but still steady approach. Twisted Minds, from all the sort of coordinated quick aggression that they were able to muster yesterday. Here it feels a little bit more subdued, a little bit more mathematical, just to ensure that any of the games that they know each other too well at is going to be locked in. Steady removal of utility, and now steady first steps inside.
You summed up pretty well. Just nice and slow for Twisted Mind, nice and passive. They don't want to give that first pick away. Whenever you bring the Monty in, automatically you kind of get yourself in the mentality you want to take things slow. You want to use that shield to gain that information, play off the back of it.
Stay behind me.
Echo will be spotted out, so that should be fed through to J-Lad. He needs to be careful if there are Echo cameras darted around the map. Need to take your time with it. You've already seen in the last game what an Echo can do to a Monty, and oh dear, Hashon goes down. That's twice in a row now. He's going to be the opening death. A minute 10. Twisted Minds haven't found any picks. They are starting to make a headway in towards the bomb site, but the issue is, Jeremy, they have to try and go for the guys above. I mean, they're going to try and go for a plant, but surely this should be held from upstairs.
I mean, this is sort of it, right? You've still got all of this pressure. There's the attempt on the plant, and Echo Drone's just going to get its way in and cause some problems. There's the spray around. They get that Echo Drone, but it buys time, it buys pressure. There's the flashes over the top, but at this point, they're still going to go for a second plant. There's the swing round. They're just going to get around the back of the Monty. The Monty's been able to get the kit down, but stuck in a corner and hoping he can get a fight first. They can get themselves this width. There's one more player that they're going to try and encircle here. Peels back, and oh my gosh, with the Monty as well, and the smoke. What else are they going to throw at him? More bullets as the handful goes either side. Fine, they got the plant, but we might be eyeing down the second flawless in a row. Oh, Demo, we are, and here we get ourselves tied right back up.
Yeah, a flawless retake as well. They'll have to say it how it is. It's a fantastic 2 rounds for Geekay. You look at that round. Obviously, the passive, the slow approach was what Twisted Minds wanted to go for. They wanted to use the Monty. They almost just wanted to go directly into the bomb site. Just ignore the players upstairs. Now, I think that's fine if you have players who can pester the top floor. You can, again, try and go for the retake upstairs if you are successful with that plan. But you lose Hashon right from the get-go, someone who would have been great at that job. Obviously, the Echo was a big hindrance to J-Lad. As we know, it's always going to be if you're an Echo, the shields, you're gonna chew them up and spit them out. And you can see that there was never a moment where GK panicked. You know, they knew they had the information. They've still got smokes there for denial. If he wants to jump in and plant, fine. We have the man advantage. We can play the retake because Hasham gave us that man advantage. We can play that retake. We've got that active information. We can use the echo cameras. Very impressive stuff from Geekay. I mean, those 2 defensive rounds, that's exactly what you're after. Just to get your way kind of on that road, just try and sweep this half, which at the moment, it could be doable. I mean, we've seen 2 flawless rounds. What about a third?
I think it's very different to the pace that we had at the start of this game. When it was the other way around, there was multiple showdowns and multiple brawls. Here, I guess there's almost this element on the other side of it where, you know, maybe there's some elements towards this map. Maybe it's going to play a bit more traditional, but here we saw exactly the same play there on towards the top of the hatch. Just get rid of that utility. Play with the Solace in a similar manner, but forces the clear. Hasham in on the top, and again, the line is all that they really have to try and control these looser players, right? And it seems like that is a bit of a mystery for them. That is slowing them down. That is giving them food for thought. Alongside what is the mute jammers, alongside the limitation of their sort of heavy drone info, they're trying to move a bit blind at points. And talking of blind, does he know about the second player on Coffin? Oh, it doesn't matter, Demo! Double down for Dove. What a way to sort of rinse the top of this floor.
Did you see the finger stim as well amidst that? That would have helped out quite a bit for the Blitz. And surely that's got to be round done. I mean, you lose 2 roamers right from the rip so early on. The Blitz is still alive, still trying to push through. He's going to be frozen out. Oh! Shoots out the C4 as well. Back goal. A dog to run away with a tail between his legs. And hang on a minute, Aska's somehow appeared upstairs now as well. What is going on? He misses opportunity. Geekay know there's another player upstairs that they can try and hunt. Hungry, he is. He's towards main door. Is anyone in the bomb site?
I mean, if they can find results, then they might need to be, but there's a time to drop down, gets the drop on towards the Blitz, but bit of an awkward position here. As the pressure starts to circle around onto the site, they've got themselves above. There's one on the door itself. He's hoping he can get one more lucky, but as more and more avenues open up, just caught, ready, and executed.
So hungry. All about hungry, isn't it? He has to make the play.
At this point, 30 seconds, a 4 versus 2. Do they know that Hungary's tucked all the way around? Oh, they seem pretty aware. And they get that one locked in now. Surely should be the end. There's 20 seconds, and it just takes 1 moment, but didn't expect the double drop. Send enough bodies at the problem, you can solve it, and they've solved this sort of setup. Got themselves at least one of the 3.
Both teams having great success with an early Blitz going for the roamers. And I mean, moments like that, your Blitz picks up 2 opening kills within a minute. It's pretty easy just to play the man advantage at that stage. And yeah, I think Twisted Minds did that really well. And you can see Geekay, because they knew that they kind of made that blunder upstairs. Yes, you had roamers. If they die, sure, but they need to be getting kills. They need to be trading kills back to at least give the players in sight a bit of an advantage. But if you don't get them, you can see that Geekay were really desperate to try and get those kills back. That's why Ask, you know, kind of went for that retake. That's why he went upstairs, was to try and catch them by surprise. But in the end, whenever you're going for that retake, you look at where Ask is, you look where Hungary is. They're not in a position to trade each other back. I am shocked that they knew Hungary was there.
I mean, I guess it's one of the things of like, maybe that was a discovered problem earlier on, if that makes sense. Maybe they sort of had looked in towards it and had that awareness and compartmentalized the problems that they were trying to solve. It was a full risk and hope for reward, though, strategy, right? If you lose 2 roamers that early, what do you do at that point? You either go down and turtle, and then that gives a team... And yeah, exactly, right? And especially against the team that you're up against, because you know Twisted Minds, they're being very thorough right now. That's not their weakness. And you'll just give them that advantage. So, double up, see if you can try and get lucky. They almost did. But again, that thoroughness came back to haunt them. 5 versus 4. And now with the Blitz gone, is the follow through alongside the Warden. A little bit more of a change of pace. They can try and bring the Ying, double down with the Snake and the Grim and the Lion demo. This is a very aggressive front foot forward and hope we can find them line up.
Okay.
I don't know. What,
Yeah, we got that, J-Lad. We did get that. Don't worry. We got that on camera.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, if I do that, I die. Like, what? Like, give me a break. Oh, dear.
I think, yeah, listen. Sometimes you just gotta let them. It was just surprised by the audacity, you know?
It's like, he wouldn't go for this, would he? Oh, he can. Certainly, whenever you look at this from Twisted Minds, it just seems to be a little bit more, okay, where's the gap? Or where can we kind of explode with this util that we have? You've got that Ying, you've got that Grim, you've got those traditional operators that we're used to seeing have great success rate in towards this top floor.
Swapping mags.
At the moment for Twisted Minds, a little bit of a shotgun shell scattered around the map. Just everyone kind of everywhere, pressuring all entrances in towards this top floor. That clash, though, what have they got for that? Not a whole lot. I think Hungry could be kind of the kicker in this hand. Tarks, first pick for him. Next time, J-Lad.
Oh, there's Rexton getting the swing on towards Hasham and buys himself a second of space. Rick's almost caught out as well. C4 will actually get Dove instead. That leaves a 5 versus 2. Still with a clash on the board and a mistimed swing in. No. Oh, no. We saw that too. Hungry gets the last. That was a failure to launch. Was that another
flawless?
Another flawless.
Wow.
So the rounds they've won on defense have been flawlesses 100% so far.
That's not bad. I did ask for a third, and there we go. A fourth?
Timeout first.
Yeah, I think they needed this because they've kind of lost momentum that they had in the first half, haven't they?
Oh, 100%. It's slower than they were yesterday. It's less confident. The energy that they sort of had in the game against Secret here, whether it's because of the work that went in before, whether it's because of the expectations of who they're up against, it does bring a bit of a tweaked energy, and you see that they're trying to struggle to rally and find those first feet in. And it's sort of with the power that they had yesterday, with the sort of explosive attitude. It's not the approach that they would want here. Just sort of lying down, little moments like that again. Those weren't the mistakes we were getting from them yesterday.
Yeah. I also think for Twisted Minds, 3 out of the 4 rounds, it's been flawless for Geekay.
Yeah.
And at that point, with that third flawless coming in, I think everyone's just kind of sat there thinking, what do we do now? That's 3 attacks that we've had, and we've been slammed on 3 of them. And it's almost a bit of self-doubt where you're like, we have to find something. Has anyone got an idea? You're almost just kind of looking at each other thinking, does someone want to do something?
That's not mine going up.
Well, we'll see if that was the team talk, I suppose. Was something done? I mean, you've still got big sort of changes in their lineup here, right? They've made sure that every single time there's some consistencies that have been built in. Lion has been a pretty integral part of their approaches, and that hasn't really changed because it has been their attempt on a catch. But Monty's gone, Monty's back. They played around with the blitz before it was banned, and it was their only successful approach. They peeled off Capitao, and sort of the gridlock that they sort of tried to do to control the roam game hasn't worked, and it feels like they're struggling to piece together how the hold of Geekay wants to build into this, how Britta's on the other side. Now the clash just keeps getting locked in. It didn't play it for the open 3. They sort of said, nope, we'll make sure that they ban something else. Ha 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 ha. Now Hungry can play a clash and do Hungry things.
Yeah, and they don't really have anything to go against the clash as well. I mean, there's been no Nomad, which has kind of been the go-to counter, isn't it, for the clash?
Yeah.
No interest at all from Twisted Minds, so I think Hungry's just going to get so much value, especially look at the lineup. you know, against the multi, against the Ying, you know, the operators who want to get in and take round, you can just stop that, you know, entirely. So, I think that clash is just a great pickup through and through, just like last round. Be careful here, and Packful with a shotgun. I thought he was going to get picked apart, but DMR eventually gets killed, but he still got his one. That's all that matters.
That's it, right? Gets his one, gets himself locked in. Here comes the support structure we talked about, and there's a clash. Causing problems, as you said. Nothing to deal with it. What's Dove gonna do?
Not much he can do. He doesn't even have impact DMPs. He has the hard breach gadgets. And now Twisted Minds just gonna try and change an approach here, but they're gonna have. This is the thing. The clash has legs. It will. If you don't want to go to her ship, come to you. It's no problem for Hungry. So I just don't know what options that Twisted Minds really have, and I think for Geekay, it's that win con. Remember the win con that we talked about top floor? You just sit back and let the utility do the work. They can do the exact same thing again.
Well, there's another quick pick up here for Rex, and as I said before, didn't have the quickest build in towards this map, but he's found himself a secret to success on the second half. Seemingly, Trix is about to swing into a pre-aim, and does get the drop on towards Sarks, who, to be fair, has been ever brilliant. Sort of unknown and unnoticed in some ways towards the calls, but you just have the consistency of player you expect him. We said it before in the first half. What a great sort of adaptation. What a great sort of player. Get in now. What do you do here? The bees will get you the reveal and swings in with the secondary, and you're against the smoke canister and ours. But there was also the shoulder cover player here, and now it's just a Monty. Scored out on a cam. Trying to get close and toe to toe, but the shotgun says no, no. Fnatic. They push themselves on to a potential map point here. Oh, not Fnatic even. Sorry, that was last time. Geekay.
Yep.
I'm still. I'm an hour
is there. I know.
Sorry,
I know.
I forgot. My bad.
Used to play for Fnatic.
Yeah,
you get a percentage point, I guess, for that.
It's my bad. I was an hour ago because I forgot the clocks went forward. So.
What else are we gonna say? This is also. Is this wild? You know, we've got Packbull and Hungry there. Is that, you know?
How far back do we go?
Team Liquid, Ask is in the mix.
Super team. 6-5. Geekay around 6-5. And at this point, though, this is that sort of moment because although it wasn't a flawless, so they're able to get a couple of the bodies down, they were still never really putting pressure on towards the site, right? It was still going for the clear on vertical, still going for the clear on the most of the map, and sure, they took this site pretty cleanly, but it was a good close down on 2 roamers. That is in some ways an easy adaptation, and I say that, Demo. Look at the lineup that we now have in the bottom left.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
It's just playing into the strengths, isn't it? And I think for Geekay, it's always keeping Twisted Minds guessing. And to be fair, if you look at the way Twisted Minds have played a lot of these attacks, I don't think they've brought the correct operators to deal with a lot of the util. I mean, you look now at the Maestro. Other than nades, what have you got? I mean, typically, if there's like a Maestro, you see Brava be the instant pick, and we know how strong Brava is against the Maestro. You've still got the Echo. You know, you don't see an IQ being brought in. And in terms of nades as well, it's not like they have like a metric load just sat there. They only have 3 nades, and there's still Goyos that they have to get rid of. I just think it's a complete mismatch. You know, the Twisted Minds lineup feels very, we're going to try and walk in and find picks. But then you've got traps, you've got the Fenrir there, who's going to stop that from happening. You know, where are the execute operators too? I just think Twisted Minds have kind of went all in on, we're just going to try and see if we can find picks out of nothing. But with the way that Geekay have been playing, I don't think they're going to allow that.
Quick tracks here from the top, go for this clear, and there's nobody to find, but they're making sure that they keep themselves pacey. They've already got a lot of pressure here on towards the top 2 floors. We know that there was probably going to be this approach. They know that there's probably going to not be those 2 roamers. We're not going to get that same gift. So we have to make sure that we play into that game. There's the expectation of, well, let's get the clear. And here is very quick. Grenade and root utility on the bottom of the yellow door, but it's actually popped. We're on the other side. Steady work, steady route, and it's almost going to feel like a bit of a basement bank in a second where all of the fighting is going to explode on towards the plant pot itself. Get themselves the route on surface. Get themselves every possible option. Nothing to really deny the plant outside on the wall itself, so you assume Garage Wall has also been got, but they're playing from a bit of range, right? They've got the Echo, they've got the Maestro, and now they've got P9.
Still 4v4 though, but I mean the win con, it's just gonna be the cameras, isn't it? You're gonna have the Maestro, you're gonna have the Echo, and that's what Twisted Minds are up against. It's almost like, you know, traditionally you talk about, oh, you're up against the timer, you look at Smokes, Tachanka, Doyo. In this element, it's the cameras that you're up against. You know, the Maestro, if he can just zap you constantly with two of them, it's gonna be a freebie. And look at that DMR angle being held from Rexon, picks up Hashom, with 40 seconds to go. Where is the win con? Where is the win gonna come from for Twisted Minds?
At this point, the 4 versus 3. Trix takes the next little sliver of damage. They're trying to push their way over the top, but Rexon pushes right back. What a drive! And what a dive either side, but it's not enough. This time, this one, Geekay's way, and what a return to form after what happened yesterday. After what fell apart for them, Demo, today is their chance to regain some favor and pull themselves level with Twisted Minds points-wise.
Yeah, great game from GK. The idea of coming in, playing that passive playstyle, let Twisted Minds just keep on headbutting a brick wall. We'll win off our utility, and that's what they did. The util game was so strong for GK today.
Well, what's strong is also our wonderful desk team. Back after this break.
Amazing recovery from GK. They get their first victory on the board here in a close game, and we get to speak to them. We have Pekbul on the line to ask him a few questions about this game and the whole of EML so far. Congratulations on your first victory here. Pekbul, I'd like to know, what's the big difference with yesterday that led you to win the game today?
To be honest, I think yesterday we just didn't play like ourselves. You know, it was our first game like as a whole team together, first official, and I think nerves got us a little bit. We didn't, you know, play the way we wanted to, basically. So today we more, you know, had a solid plan of what we wanted to do. We stuck to it, and it seemed to work.
Welcome back, Pac, first and foremost. And then I just thought I'd ask you about Twisted Minds playing against them. Obviously, it's an opponent that you've played against before, but they've got a super unique and aggressive playstyle. So how did you actually prepare against playing against them?
To be honest, I think you don't need to like change too much against them. It's just you need to all be like individually switched on and make sure you have, you know, some traps so you don't get backstabbed. But honestly, it didn't really feel like they were playing their normal style, like especially on attack. Every round on CEO, for example, I was like proning top yellow, waiting for the flank, and like no flank ever came. Like they were basically doing like pretty default attacks, which is kind of surprising, yeah, because you're expecting them to always be lurking and backstabbing. So a little bit of a surprise.
What were the comms like from Hungary when he was outside as Blitz and there was a solace in his face outside on the Vita side?
Yeah, to be honest, I saw the guy jump out, and I got off cam and I started spectating, and I was actually just laughing. I was literally calling like, guys, they're outside on Hungary. Like, it was such a funny scene to look at.
Pekbul, first thing first, congratulations on the victory. Congratulations on stealing my elo in ranked earlier this week as well. You actually destroyed me on Chalet. That was easy, yeah, I know. I just want to ask you, looking at this roster, you guys built something special, right? Shepard as the head coach, you went and take Ask from Brazil, you take Sarks from Fnatic. I mean, I don't think anyone expected Geekay to look like you look like coming into EML. Can you maybe let us know about the insights of the creation of the roster? How this is all come about, basically? How did you guys get together?
Well, so we were forced to make some changes because Rorik got the VP offer, and you know, we didn't want to hold him in contract deal. You know, it was his dream to play in VP, so he went to VP. Skipper we lost a few months before, and Krex didn't work out with him, so we were kind of forced into making 2 changes in the team. And yeah, I mean, we trialed a lot of players. We were trialing for like 6 weeks, but yeah, I mean, we decided to go with this lineup. We think it has a really nice balance of everything. Like, you know, if we want to do some slow stuff, we have the GOAT Shepard to tell us how to do it. If we want to go like idiots, Hungary's the king of the idiots, and then everyone else is kind of like a little bit balanced in between. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just a really nice balance, and we have a nice plan for the future.
All right, I think we say this in one of the most positive ways. So this is a very creative roster that we're seeing in EML, and we're liking what we're seeing so far with that first victory. Thank you very much for your time, Pekbul, and good luck with your next game.
Thank you, guys. See you.
A good mixture of players led them to this first victory here today. When we look at this game as a whole, and especially more, I guess, on these defenses that GK was doing later on, is looking solid from them. I mean, I like the additions. Chaos, maybe a little bit less on the defense, with GK being in that driver's seat, Leo.
Yeah, I think the main thing is how do you close the defense side, right? Because in attack, I mean, they're lucky they get 2 rounds, I'm gonna be honest. Because if you just look at the way that Twisted Man was playing, they were dominating, and realistically it should have been a 5-1. And if they didn't throw bodies at them, GK would have had less impact, and we would have stolen away a few rounds there. But the main thing is, to me, the way that was insane from top, by the way.
Crazy.
Those shots are just crazy. But the main thing to me is that the way that Twisted Mind was attacking, like exactly like Pekbul said, suddenly they pick the shields, and the other ones that are slow, the other ones that become predictable. Where were the flanks? Where was that aggression that we know Twisted Minds love? It was not there. They were boxed in a frame on Consulate, attacking super slowly, step by step, and all Geekay had to do is just sit and wait and play the time, and it worked really well.
I think both teams actually will struggle more on their attacks than their defenses, and I think that's why we saw that. They were obviously on a defender-sided map in Consulate, and both had very dominant defenses in their own way. GK, like you say, when they get a little bit creative and a little bit crazy with the King of the Idiots on Hungary, for example, as Pat Will said, not me, it can work against them as well at the same time. And the same with the aggression that Twisted Minds can show. That can work against them when you've not got the fundamentals to fall back on. And it was just GK managing to get it done on their defenses, being that little bit more dominant. It makes that 2v4 clutch in the very first round seem so much more important now.
We did a bit of a rookie watch at the beginning of today to take a look at all of our 8 rookies that we have in this EML here. One of them instrumental to the victory today for GK, going up against Starks in our headset, because these are the 2 players, Jack, that absolutely popped off today.
Yeah, absolutely, both of them. I think this is the big thing for us, Leo, is when you've got a team with kind of backline players, you know, with Patbull, with Ask, with Hungary, you're putting a lot of pressure on a relatively inexperienced front line in Sarks and Rexon. Rexon, of course, in his rookie stage, and Sarks still quite new into the league, of course, a rookie last year, but both played super well today, Leo.
Yeah, and I mean, Starks, we know of his consistent fragging ability. We've seen that at the end of Stage 2 last year. We see that again. I'm not surprised. Rexon is the one that I'm really happy about. He is the one that I was looking forward. I knew he had the T1 potential. He showed it today. I mean, dropping double digits against a team like Twisted Minds with the skills that they have. You know, this is something special. Really happy about Rexon performing like this. We will need these guys to be continuing carrying with the roles on Geekay, but today at least was a success for sure.
It was. We're at the halfway point of our second day here. And for everybody who's asking, where's Stompin? Where's Shaiko? Where is G2? The wait is over. G2 is playing against Virtus Pro. After this, don't go anywhere. For the first time, we get to see this new iteration of the G2 Super Team play a game against Virtus.pro. G2, a lot of talks about this team, about that roster, because in the roster transfer window, they absolutely cooked. Maybe the best roster change we've seen this season, maybe the best one we've seen in a very long time. It is safe to say, Leo, this might be some of the best talent we ever see together in one roster.
I mean, they wanted a super team. They got a super team. What do we do? What do we do when we lose? We bring in the big guns. And that's been the strategy of G2 forever. You bring in the big guns and you bring Benja, Stompen, Shaiko, all three together. On the back, you have Doki, you have Alemao. I mean, now you look at this lineup and everybody is like, what is going on here? It is an absolute super team. Will it work in terms of chemistry? Will it work in terms of synergy? This is something, I guess, that we'll have to wait and see today. The first time we see all these guys together. Jack, I'm so hyped because it's such a big name. Shaiko representing another roster. That feels special to me.
Let's just take you back about 6 years ago. Would you have ever dreamed in 2019, 2020 that Shaiko would have ended up on G2? No, not a cat in hell's chance. But here he is, obviously departing Falcons. He's joined G2. And I think this roster on paper has so much unbelievably raw talent that it is almost too big to fail in terms of the amount of talent on this roster. Of course, the core on the left-hand side of your screen, we know, we've seen them. Stompen's, really good on the breach, really good on the backline. They've got Doki. They've now got Shaiko. Like, there's so much firepower. And the last time Benja was on this roster, they won a 6 Invitational as well. Like, I would anticipate with the amount of raw talent they've got, they will absolutely fly through the European League. I think the test really will come when we get to Salt Lake, when we get to the international. Can they go deep? Can they go far for G2?
Yeah, that's fair to say. Very exciting stuff for this roster, though. Finally getting to see them in action. They're not the only roster who really changed a lot during that off period, because Virtus.pro, they have a completely new look as well. In fact, they have a new language, right? Speaking a new language with that team, with that roster, and it allows for one player in particular, Jack, to really shine, the rookie they picked up, Rorik.
Absolutely, yeah, Rorik. Packbull in that last interview just said that his dream was to play for Virtus.pro, and I think it's been a long time coming. I think a lot of people have been asking why hasn't it happened earlier with this roster, in all honesty, because he's been doing so well inside of tier 2, tier 3 siege for a long time. Anybody who's watched any of the national competitions knows this guy. So he was waiting for his debut, he was waiting for his chance for this team, and yesterday he absolutely shined. He looked so comfortable inside this new Virtus.pro roster, and he was having a lot of fun, playing a lot of difficult roles, playing around the team. You said earlier, Leo, that he reminded you of kind of Adrian-esque style of play, and I think he looks so comfortable in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing this anchor role, playing the Fex role, you're seeing here on Capitao, you're seeing him on the hard bridge with the Maverick. You also saw him playing the SMG11 on the mute. He plays all of the difficult positions in a passive way and still gets away with it. Double digits, slowly, stealthily, deadly player, and already in his first pro debut. I love it. I want to see him now perform against a full super team like G2. This is, for him, a huge test. But if we zoom out and we look at the roster itself, yesterday was a big reveal. Because yesterday they played Fortress, a new map in a map pool. Yes, because Virtus.pro has changed completely the way they play, because Neiko is SGLing now. And this is the biggest thing for me, is you're maximizing the firepower, I guess, on the side of Pasha, Rorik, and Dan, and then you've got Neiko, able to play the shields, able to make a bigger map pool, able to play a modern way of playing Siege. And so that's something that I want to see tested against the big guns, and today that happens again.
It's always the maps that is a conversation point when we talk about Virtus.pro. So I'm really curious to see where this series will be taking us to. Will we get to see yet another new-ish map? No, we're going back to Consulate. And just again, Leo, it seems like we'll be heading back to this map.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not surprised. I mean, Jack, you know it. We've seen G2 absolutely love that map for ages. And for the side of VP, it used to be a favorite. In fact, no one wanted to take them there. But that was with the old roster, when they were playing slow and methodical. And now, with Neiko, we don't know what they're going to look like. Their entire map pool has been changed. The strategies have been changed as well. A new coach leading the vision in dark. I don't know what to expect from this roster on that map. But for G2, Jack, I think that's still a good news.
Yeah, I think so. I think Consulate's a map that G2, when it first came back into the map pool, G2 really tried to pride themselves on being the best team in the world at Consulate. They learned it, they theory crafted it very, very hard at that point, and they've been solid on it since. I think they've played it only 7 times across the last year in terms of this core, in terms of LML IGLing, but they won it 5 times out of the 7, you know? They went on quite a long win streak. Only actually lost it recently was to Team Secret at the 6th Invitational. So realistically, it is absolutely one of their favorite maps, and they'll go on it against anyone. Like you say, when you're up against a team like Virtus Pro, where you might have scrimmed them, and G2 and VP probably have scrimmed each other at some point with all the Rostermania and the changes going on, if you've practiced against them, you might know that they play it, but you won't know exactly what's coming. So I think for G2, it's about focusing on internally what's the best map possible we can get on, and that's exactly what they've done. They've got themselves back to Consulate.
Now, there's a lot of changes to both these rosters, right? Chemistry will be a big question mark for both these. We already saw that from Virtus Pro, working out well for them. But Leo, for the likes of G2 as well, I mean, the fans have already been enjoying a little bit of their gameplay. They've been playing so much ranked together.
Yeah, and I've been streaming consistently outside of practice times, after streams, at night. You see Shaiko streams with Alemao and Benja in ranked, Stompen joining it as well, Doki joining it as well. I like what I see because I feel like I see old enemies, old rivals joining back again and basically becoming brothers in arms. I like the atmosphere on this roster. I want it to work. It's just the question is it going to work? That's the big question for me.
And I like it as well, Leo, because I think it's a very, very deliberate effort and an appreciation from G2 that they know that they've just signed the top talent without necessarily knowing how they will band together in terms of chemistry, in terms of that brotherhood. I think it was Doki who said, actually, he put out a bit of a bait tweet right before they started back for practice saying that there was new changes. So they'd signed Benja and Shaiko before they'd even scrimmed with them. You know, we talked, Packbull said that Geekay trialed for 6 weeks. That's not the G2 way. G2 signed the players and then worried about trialing with them afterwards. So I think when you've got that process, you've got the talent. There's just no question about that. You absolutely have the talent. What you need to build is the chemistry and the trust that wins the championships. And I think that's why it's important that these players and the coaching staff and the G2 roster realize that they have to put in extra outside of practice, including, you know, like you say, playing ranked. And I think that's really good from them.
Practice is just a lead up to this game. It's about to go down. G2 and Virtus Pro. Fluke and Demo, take it away.
Well, no more waiting, Demo. We get into the third game that probably a lot of people all over the world of Siege are excited to see, and that very much includes me. How will this team hit heads with others? We're about to find out.
Well, I mean, first of all, I want to say, from a G2 perspective, with the changes that have happened this stage, I think it can be considered a bit of a bittersweet, because you have to remember the 2 players that have went through the exit door. You know, I think Blaz and Loira on great service at the club. I mean, Loira was, you know, one of my favorites. I think that's pretty apparent. And you think, okay, that's happened. Who are they going to get? And straight away, you get Benja. I'm already hooked. You know, I'm the fish. I deliberately went to the hook and put it on my map myself. Right? I'm hooked already. And then he had Shaiko, and it's just reel me in. Just take me away. Take me away.
You're cool.
On paper, I mean, yes, incredible players, but we need to see that translate into the game. And that is always going to be the big worry. How are they going to mesh? That's what it comes down to.
We have a little bit of a pause, if you haven't told. We get a little bit more of a breath and a moment, but it's also in the other element, you know, with the conversations of mesh, with the conversations of caliber, with the conversations of the fact that the Skies' camera gives us 1 pixel every now and again. You're looking at Virtus Pro having to step up in the response. You're looking at what we know to be huge players finding a mesh, finding an angle, but there's always a honeymoon period with a lot of these teams, especially a team with a lot of excitement. When they hit the server with excitement, suddenly things connect in an even more powerful way. And that's something that they have to go against. But what we have to go against is no more waiting. We are back in Consulate like we've never left. Demo, will it start as explosively as it did before?
Well, I mean, this is like very high preference for both teams. I mean, this is a map that G2 love going to. It's always one of their high preferences. And VP, again, it's the same. I mean, I think in terms of VP, the high preference comes from, we know that VP kind of last year already had limited map pool. You know, I think that was apparent. Whereas, obviously, with VP making You know, also a huge change, as much as we're going to talk about G2, even VP moving away from a Russian-speaking side is already massive. You know, you think about that team since the Team Empire days. They've always had that core. They've always spoke that one language. And to see them open up and actually go English-speaking was already a massive shock, because you thought, "Oh, they'll never do it." But I also think there's an element where, in terms of the Russian pool of players that you could get, it is very limited. And certainly Rorik was going to be the obvious choice, you know, a player who's been around the scene for quite a while inside of Tier 2 and Tier 3. But then you also bring in, you know, the new players. You bring in Skies, you bring in Napo, and look, they're going to bring their own element to it. You know, obviously in different teams compared to VP. We've seen them, of course, with Ents and then onto Gen G. It should be this new team with a lot of new ideas, bouncing off each other, and we just have to see what works for them.
At this point, it's still kind of taking a second to sink in of seeing Shaiko in a G2 jersey, right? You're still there's this element of like, this isn't real.
Pengu's punch in the air.
Somewhere he sat on a chair like stroking a cat. Like, how has this happened?
All part of the plan. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe this is a setup to get him on 5 years down the road.
This is all Vin. It's so many payoffs. And I hope what we get is the payoff on the lead in here too. But it starts, as it often does on this map, on the top floor hold. Now the limitation for the clash and keeper thrower gone. You won't get those extensions, as we talked about multiple times throughout the day, both when both those operators are on board and when they're not. And then on the split, no bees, no blitz, limiting the pace that can be applied here from the side of G2.
In terms of the lineup for VP, it's going to be pretty fast in the youth build up. We've got the Ying and the Glaz. Of course, that shield. In terms of G2, still got the Denial, smoking the Chanka. So in terms of that kind of quick window push that we're used to seeing, should have that covered. Certainly for VP, it's just doing the drone work and seeing where the weaknesses are going to be. I mean, they're still going down like the traditional way of clearing away util, opening up an exterior reinforced wall, for example. So certainly not like the fastest of rushes that we're maybe used to seeing. Still a little bit more of an added element to it. And open up that wall, it'll just kind of create that divide, won't it, between the two bomb sites. I still think that the kind of Yellow side's going to be the end goal here from VP, just based on where they're setting things up. You have the gridlock for the flank protection too. So Benja may have a tough time attempting a flank. Still could maybe go below and use that C4. Don't forget how destructible this bomb site is from below.
Here comes just that steady encircling of the pressure. If we talk about the sort of problems that some of the teams face when they come to a map like this, they were the ones that we saw just on the map before. They weren't quite able to get their sort of eyes and ideals in against each other. Doki takes the first scrap of damage, is in the aggressive position. They're just going to bounce and maybe pre-loose to buy themselves some space to go for the rotate. That was the usage of that, but you can see it's a double stack here on towards Yellow, and Benja, he's maybe that loose threat. If he can push his way up behind these players at the right possible time. I mean, you can see the outline there on the right-hand side of your screen. Skies has those tracks stingers fine. Benja does have a C4 he can try and loop around. Here comes the go. Here's the pressure. Here's the blind. And here's the swing out. The shotgun hits a wall of steel, but they're fighting over side, and it's actually a back and forth. Skies gets Doki. Shaiko gets Rorik. You need the activation. There's still more blinds, and there it is, but he doesn't quite time it well. Skies had the intel, had the catch, and now as the shield drives through the side of 4 versus 1, stomping all that is left alive, but not for long. A brilliant execute.
Yeah, really well played from VP. They took their time with it. You know, they knew what the angle was going to be. Shove that Monty in towards connector. That's going to be the win con. We open up the bomb site and then we just play off it. You think about what they did in the early game. You know, they had the angles, opened up that reinforced wall. It stopped anyone maybe trying to reinforce that side of the map. It stopped players trying to go and support Doki, for example, inside a connector. You had the flank protection. You had the gridlock track stingers to stop the flanks happening. It was just very controlled from VP. They never really let a kind of variable out of their spreadsheet. They had it all controlled from the word go. And G2, they try and battle back, but against the shields with the crossfires that they had, using the yings, creating that little bit of chaos, it worked really well for them. So a fantastic start for VP. And don't forget, we're on Consulate. This is where the attacks really matter.
Camera ready to activate.
Well, there was that start, and there was that attempt on shaky ground. They're going to keep themselves site rotating. Drop down and towards the mid floor and see where they can sort of go from here on the pressure. The extension above, get that full lockdown. They know what they're trying to do, and it's a big vertical game with the mirror windows, with that stretch, with that pressure that can apply elsewhere. Virtus Pro were given time to cook in the previous round, I think it's fair to say. We had a lot of G2 players ready to operate and ready to activate, but seemingly not quite able to do it just at the right time. Led by Skies, obviously getting the triple kill on towards that top of Yellow stairs position, and wondering if G2 might see if they can try and lean out a little bit. There's so many things that we can say about the brilliance of the gun skill on this team, but it sometimes takes time to work together. Sometimes it takes time to build the car that can sort of take you over the finish line with the pace of the gun skill that you know can be delivered here. Still just do the busy work. Virtus Pro are always Virtus Pro in the many forms that they have taken. And that will start with thorough busy work.
Going steady. Once more for VP. I mean, the drone work is really strong, just for picking out the bits of util. You know, saying that there's a mirror window here. They have a guy in this position. It's just all this information they can formulate. Okay, what do we want to do? What's the idea going to be to stop their setup? Again, still having that Monty as its focal point. And just off it again, just back on the drones, making sure every stone is going to be turned over, leaving nothing to chance. But right now for G2, a whole lot of pressures came in towards them. They're sitting some pretty upstairs. Fenrir too. Just worry about time ever so slightly here, Amy, just from VP, because a minute 20, and I wouldn't say they have a lot to show for it at the moment.
Well, this is it, right? We're almost in a mirror of the positions they held last time, but the site is in a different place. They still need to get this verticality, and they've got probably about 30 seconds less to do it in. Dan, ready to go for a quick break. Hope to get lucky, but unfortunately the position was just held with enough bait. You can see Rorik's entering above those Hadoki. I just hope that he could keep firing into it. Benja does get Dan, retakes that position for the Dokkaebi, but there's Skies once again getting a threat either side, and
wow.
how continual he is being as they just continually pop their heads into these problematic positions. And now, fine, they have verticalities, 40 seconds. Skies does go down. Gets rocked by Benja. I guess they just weren't fully aware of him, but... Oh, my word. Do they know they got the down on that player? And do they know there's about to be encircling? They do now. Shaiko. Oh, misses the take onto the Monty. Now they know exactly where he is. It's the 3 versus nobody.
Powerful stuff right from the get-go for VP. I mean, already, you just know the Monty's not making it past the banning phase. I mean, that's going to be set in stone because that shield is such an annoyance for G2, especially towards Connector. That's twice now. The shield just walks in, and there ain't a lot you can do about it. Like, that's... Obviously, we have to talk about that. It is a shield. It is a Monty. Unless you have a correct operator to deal with it, he is just an absolute nightmare. You have to leave that position. You know, for VP, they are really just taking things slow. They want to try and control the game as much as they can. I mean, there's moments there in the game where you think, okay, interesting from G2. I mean, Doki almost chasing the kill down towards Visa. You know, did he need to go for that? That's the question I would be asking, given that man advantage over the VP like that. But overall for VP, the game plan is there. And I mean, it's apparent what they're going to keep doing. And surely G2, the penny's going to have to drop at some point. They're going to play really slow, play more into that denial.
At this point, though, you start to sort of look towards it of, okay, how much of this is teething problems and how much of this is that level of preparation, right? There's an element that comes from formula. There's an element of scientific theory of when you have all these explosive elements together, you can't quite know as well as you do if you have something a little bit more balanced. The changes to G2, I think it's pretty comfortable to argue, are some of the biggest of any roster anywhere else. You have some of the most storied players, you have returning players, fine, but then you also have Shaiko joining this roster. A change that nobody probably could have predicted 6 months ago, and here, actually hitting the boards together is going to take a little bit more time to get into that flow, whereas on the other side, the changes that we sort of had from the side of Virtus Pro, good backlines coming in, good reinforcement to existing structures. It's like taking away the wooden beams and putting some steel in amongst it. It's something that is going to allow these changes to go in a bit quicker. Finds his way around. He's being surrounded and encircled. Doki, can he find a way out? He's struggled with the opening game so far. He was the first death in the previous round, and he almost gets the Blackbeard, but as the grenade forces a bit more movement, it's a double down. They were ready for the attempt from Spiral. They were ready for Shaiko as well. And are G2 really ready for this game?
Does not seem to be the case. Benja gonna try and pick up one and falls back to the safety of the bomb site, but I mean, for VP, surely it's just a matter of time before they get this over the line with half the round still to go. You've still got a shield, you've got a Dokkaebi Call you can use, you've got drones, you've got flash, you've got everything right now that you need. A missed drone and a whiff, a massive whiff from Benja. That should have been a dead Blackbeard, and now the jig is up. They know exactly where he is, stuck in towards Blue Hallway. Gonna have to try and fight back against the Blackbeard. Just gonna keep him at bay. Will win out that engagement. You can see that VP, they've flooded into the bomb site. Start going for that diffuser, know exactly where he is, and an easy pre-fire for Pasha. VP, a 3-0 attack start on Consulate. My word.
I mean, I don't know if anybody expected it to start like this. A little bit of a head and hands moment here. The bans will come through. G2 struggling to find the gel that the super team is shaken as the timeout comes, understandably, this early on. Because, I mean, how have they been falling apart? It's tough to gauge. They just haven't been able to have any prediction of the Virtus Pro approaches. If you would have had all of these names sort of put together, if you would have had this entire lobby and you would have gone, who is the player that is going to be lighting up the kill board like this early? Probably only the French would have said Skies. Actually, they might have also said Shaiko. Who knows?
Oh, I mean, I didn't expect this. Don't think anyone expected this. I mean, if someone predicted that VP would go 3-0 up on the attack half, get yourself down and get yourself a ticket. Because that is quite the prediction. I mean, for G2, it just seems a little bit disjointed. Are we in the element where did you lose those first 2 rounds and now they're almost chasing to get some kills? I mean, Stomp and Doki and Alamau yet to get a kill. Is at the point now where they're, okay, I need to do something here. And so, I mean, I'm sure everyone's experienced this. Whenever you're having a bit of an off start, whenever you're kind of chasing the kills, they're not going to come to you. It's going to get even worse. So I think that might be an element where G2 are now, where they're desperate to get those kills and you start going off and doing your own thing. The team play kind of slacks in that department. You know, it's like the phrase that you don't chase your losses, do you?
No.
I know that all too well.
Just one more game. You can't end on a loss, mate. Now, obviously, Virtus.pro had the same chance of a communication. The Mirror and the Monty ban sort of add some limitation towards these approaches too. But again, the bans feel cyclical. Everything is through a prediction when you're at the start of the year, right? When you're at the start of the year with the roster mania and the shuffling that we've had throughout this, the things that make things feel steady are always the first to be thrown off the ship. And now, just seeing if they can try and lead themselves in. It is the first round that they haven't brought a shield. Obviously, they did play a little bit of Blackbeard in the previous year instead. Curious whether Ram is sort of going to get deployed. Pasha does find Benja though, and there won't be any deployment from Benja. And look at the rest of the team here, Demo. Look how many kills the other 4 G2 players have.
Yeah, just to pick up your point in the Ram's really good for the top floor in creating sound to mask the plant. We'll see this a lot where you'll just throw the Ram in, it'll go off, you swing at the same time, they don't hear you repel, you get the fuse down. Very clever thing to do. And it also opens up vertical that you can use from below if you do get that plant down.
Fire's on. Nako is suffering in the fire. Sky suffers a bit as well. He's finally caught out in a double down. Stompin gets one. Shaiko finds second for the map, and it puts us in the 4 versus 3. Now Rorik is underneath, trying to get a bit lucky onto the kill on the player above the hatch itself, but they can still play with this Janker on the far side, and they want to try and shut him out. But look at the position Shaiko's taken. Aggressively wants to swing in, wants to get in this power position, and the Ram has opened up all this route, and oh, it's actually played out elsewhere, but he can't quite find the kill. He's hunting and hoping. The player's still down, and it's actually going to open up a different angle in a second. He has time to reload. He can't hear the pickup being played out, but you can see now the track is going to come through. If he can operate this in time, he's looking the wrong way. He's too late somehow. Survives and gets out of there, and Rorik, a big missed moment, but Sky does it on his own, and Rorik can try and hold in underneath Doki. Big fight is about to happen here on the window. Shaiko's doubling up, but it's lost out. Alamo goes under though, and Virtus.pro. Oh my word. I mean, I saw Alamo's motion. Who got him? Was it through the floor?
Yeah. Okay. A lot to take in there. And for G2, it has not worked out well. In the 4v3, the initial plant was obviously being stopped from the Tachanka. I mean, Stompin just played his util, as you expect, in that position inside a meeting. I must say for Rorik, what he's been able to do downstairs is incredible. The fact he's been able, you'll see the kill. It's the kill on the Shaiko. That kill right there is so important just to create that little bit of chaos. And then from this pretty much the same angle, he's able to get the same kill onto Doki. And then Rorik kills Alamo as he drops below as he's trying to stop the plant going down. Rorik had about 20 million things to do, and he'd done them all. Honestly, such a difficult position from Rorik. And if Rorik had died at any point, round's done. G2 win that. So all credit to Rorik, the new pickup for this VP side. Wow, very impressive stuff that he's done, but G2, I mean, this has gotten out of hand really quickly. 4-0 down
5 seconds to go.
on the defensive half of Consulate.
Who do we call?
Heading out to defuse a bomb.
What do we do? What do they do? They've had their call. They've talked with their coach. Obviously, there is now the halftime call that we get, so they'll at least get that as a guaranteed conversation. But
What's the score going to be, though? That's the question. If we get that, it'd easily be a 6-0 the way it's going.
Loading blast bolt.
well, Leo might need to re-look his EML player rating graphic.
Activate control.
Repulsion device planted.
At this point, Virtus Pro so locked in, so driven on towards these positions. As you said, Roderick being able to get himself in. The fact that there's just so little kills coming against them. Alamau, Doki, and Stompin.
It's the weird thing, because whenever the pickups happened, what did Fresh say? He's not worried about the firepower of the team, he's worried about the team play. Right now, we're not seeing the firepower. Is the team play there? I don't think so.
Oh, they've gone quick. They've gone quick. They're going for the plant. They're hitting the shield. It's all covered. There's Shaiko, and Doki gets the knife.
Oh.
But that was almost a bit of a blow. Oh, Doki. Beautiful take there. Almost gets third as you well double dipped. Punished for the greed. But at that point, he's kind of well earned it. Alamau finds a kill. Pasha alone. Well, Virtus Pro tried something quick and sneaky. Unfortunately, wasn't quite as stealthy as they would have liked. And now, with the kid in the position it is, everything revealed on a default. G2 just need to play this smart. They have 2 C4s as well.
Yeah. Just sit and wait. I mean, look at his HP. I mean, already Pasha's going to be a little bit timid going into these engagements. He knows he doesn't have the HP to back it up. He has to land these engagements cleanly. Just one clean kill. Benja goes for free fire but misses, and now it's a 1v2. Look where the diffuser is, though, Emmy. Right in the middle of the bomb site. Not favorable for him. We'll try and open up a portion off the wall. I'm liking the fact that Alamau is aiming back. Try and assist Stompin if he can, or actually it's the other way around. Stompin's coming back to assist Alamau. As long as they can just play this crossfire, it should be fine. Smokes go in, but Pasha, it's gonna be a matter of time. And there is Alamau with a swing. Yeah, better from G2. I mean, obviously for VP, they've tried something pretty flashy there, which is not what we're used to seeing. It's usually a much more slower paced round. They were in there immediately. Thankfully, somebody was there to capitalize on the opportunity. I mean, I'm pretty sure Doki just ran through the smoke and stopped as he went for the plant.
Well, they had that bulletproof that we saw at the very end there, so... Yeah, there it is.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
And there, I was going to sort of say at the start of the round, we had Benja and Shaiko being able to get kills. Stompin started the round with 1, but that was 1 kill between the 3 standing players of the roster. Right, that was 1 kill across the 3 of them, and now at the other end of it,
by attackers.
suddenly you're getting some Doki, suddenly you're getting some Alamau. They might be able to get themselves a second round, still nowhere near what they would have liked, but having a buffer gives them room to grow with. They've already done a massive work just getting the single one, because it did feel like a little bit far away. As you said, Virtus Pro tried something that they don't usually try.
Deploying camera.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
Here, though. On the continuation, they've got a chance at a bit of a roam here. Stomping on towards the Solus. They're playing that split site that you like, Emma.
It is the split. Now, the important thing to note with the split is plenty of self-destruction. You know, you think about that entire Tellers bomb site. Every bit of that floor can be shot from below. And that's, you know, typically how we see teams defend it. The defenders will sit in the basement bomb site, and then they'll just play the vertical. So trying to plant in that mid-floor bomb site is going to be really difficult. I mean, you can see, obviously, the Solus comes in to give that information if someone does try and go in for the plant. I'm curious to see for VP how they want to approach it, because certainly we've seen teams try and kind of take from the secret wall and work their way in through the basement. That's also an opportunity for them. But obviously for VP, I mean, if they want the top floor, they can have it. G2 have no interest in roaming in towards that top floor. But as we know for VP, hopefully they go back to what they had done previously before the last round. Use the drone work. You know, that's been a real strong point for them. And it's good to see them doing that again. They've got the drones in, making sure everything's going to be clear. They're not letting anything catch them by surprise. Rorik just in and out he goes, checking, I think, for some traps, perhaps. Let's take a bit of damage, though, from Lounge right now. Will be actually 2 players towards that side.
Oh, there's the first. Something's able to find a body. Only the 3rd time over this half that they've been able to get it, but every other time they haven't netted the results. Shiko gets a follow through as Dan does get Doki. Look at what they've removed there. The Maverick's gone, as well as the Blackbeard. The limitations now on the shield approach. The limitations on what hasn't already been burnt open, but the fact that Rorik is... not Rorik even. Nako is holding aggressively on towards this position. Well, they have nothing to get that single wall open. They've got nothing to add. A bit of split pressure. They're otherwise just opening in towards the door. Dan gets Shiko. Not entirely sure why he was trying to fight his way out of that situation, but I'm never going to question really what Shiko's doing. He knows better than I do. At this point, stomping on the Solace could be that big deciding factor, and how do they approach this position? Because they can't really get themselves other routes through. They have to either force the vertical fight or find the fight elsewhere. You can see Alamal's waiting below. There's just an easy swing, but it's traded right back out. Recollects the kit. You've still got 1 C4 in pocket, and as you can see there, you've still got the Solace. Not a million miles away, and that is going to be that problem factor. Do they try double down for the fight? Do they try and hope that they're not going to get C forward, or do they try and go for the fight itself? Get themselves tucked in on towards the corner, just tucked around. There's the drop, there's the Solace getting the read, there's the positions. They've pulled off the kit itself. They're not going to bait it, but we're under 10 seconds now in towards the red time. It's going for the plant this time. They got to stick it. The C4, easy to lay and blow.
Yeah.
And an easy round to sweep up.
That's it. That's how you play the split. Use the Solace, keep that alive as long as you can, and you can see just how easy it is and how difficult it is for the attackers.
Well, difficult for us, but not for our wonderful desk. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. As the teams now get 2 minutes to talk during the halftime swap, we get to talk about this game a little bit as well, because we're quite surprised with what we're seeing. An amazing start for Virtus Pro, and especially on the attacks, Jack. It seems like Skies is absolute key for this team.
Yeah, he's been absolutely key to the success on the attack, has been Skies. I think he's played a lot of the gridlock, as you can see on his main operator, played 8 kills, 4 deaths. He's been the one that's been holding down the flanks, holding those cut-off points. G2 are an aggressive team. They're going to peak a lot, and he's been so good at doing that. If we take a look at some of the rounds that have played out for Skies, he is basically, I've started dubbing him the king of yellow stairs, because he has been that good on the yellow stairs cut-off. Look at this. For holding the Monty, but it's this intuition here. Knows that he's in the face of 2 players, but also manages to hold the flank down as well. Picks up Benjo on the flank when he eventually gets there. He's been so vital to his team's success in terms of getting those attacks over the line on Consulate.
And that was just round 1 and round 2, by the way, and most people would just go and follow the Monty. Instead, he chose to stay behind and just punish the swings. And it's something that we've seen from VP. It's both the use of the Ying, the use of the shields, that as an execute, the utility to win the gunfight. And then after a full rotations, when they go 3-0, G2 starts adapting. They bring the Fenrir, they bring the Thorn, they bring the traps to try and basically stop this late round executes. The thing is, VP adapts. They manage to have Doric downstairs, for example, with the Deimos killing those trap operators. So I love to see that. I don't think it's really G2 playing poorly. I think it's VP playing amazingly well so far.
Yeah.
Now G2, they're fighting back. 2 defensive rounds. They're still in the pocket. They can switch to attack. You know, it's not all done yet. All I want to see now is carry on that adaptation and that momentum they're gaining into the attack side.
Yeah, the issue is here. The attack is definitely the more difficult side on this map too, though. G2 have their work cut out for them. The second half starts now.
And we are back, and Demo, sorry to rudely interrupt. Please continue.
Oh, I forget now.
I'm so sorry. Listen, okay, let me just pull you aside for a second.
Dude, I was going to say like an extra 3 words, by the way.
Oh, were you?
Yeah, I was.
Okay, listen. Do you know what happens? I get Q to throw, and I've got to send it, and if I don't,
yeah,
Anne makes she like does that gesture where she looks at me from across the internet. She runs her thumb across her throat, and she threatens me if I don't get those throws quick. And you know, I don't want to mess with Anne. She's fast. It's in her name. I can't outrun her. Nowhere's safe. Obviously, Twitch chat, this is not true. I can't besmirch Anne. It's true. Anyway, we're doing a wonderful new thing where we get to talk in the middle of games. I say we, they.
It's good. It's good to see them do a bit of work, isn't it?
Hey, they've got to do something, right?
Yeah.
We're here for hours. What do they do? Lord over us. Occasionally in a studio as well.
The TV. Rolls arrows.
I like how I'm just gonna keep rinsing them. Obviously, we're doing this first section online, with getting it all together. The studio team, the wonderful production team, they're all obviously still in the studio. And the other day, yesterday, as like a start, they had cake, and it was great for them. But this is a world that you and I have inhabited for a while.
Did you not get any?
Shut up. These messages will exist in the group chat, and usually our desk is like, "Yeah, we get cake." And now Leo is like, "Oh, now I really wish I was there." I was like, "Welcome to our world. Welcome to you spoiled."
We've
Anyway.
got cake at home. You don't need it.
We got cake at home. Anyway, enough about my joking rant. Let's get into the serious video games. The Boss G. Loose on the top floor. Rorik's about to find his first fight. He's going to try and fight his way out because the longer he sits in waits, the more likely he's going to be to get surrounded. Alamau on the Ash as the lines go in. He can also try and waste time, but seems like the Ash doesn't want the immediate smoke right now. Alamau's going to pull out, wait for some approach, because look, you've got Bender on one side on the wing, like sort of holding on. You've got this track comes through, but it's on the other person. Pasha's here for some modicum of support. As well as Nako, they're fully surrounding this position of Alamau. They're like, you want to surround us? We'll surround you. And it's turned into another bit of a showdown here, Demo.
Oh, there still could be call though. That's going to be big. It should alert Alamau that someone was in towards Spiral, and Stompin is well aware that someone's on his door. It's going to be that Boss G. That's one shell rip. Pulls out the SMG. Stompin not wanting to move, and here we go.
Oof. Double down. They're either side, and I mean, they closed it, right? What else can you sort of say? Shut the door. Does take a two. Well, it leaves us with a minute left. Another call comes together. But at this point, think about where the site is here, Damo. We talked about this. Sometimes you have to play the risk and reward. If the two roamers get caught out, what do? You turtle and let them set up around you, or you try and find a way to lean back in. First, bro. They're going to keep themselves back at the site, Demo.
Yeah. Don't know if that's going to be the best play. Most of the biggest G2, they still got vertical operators. You know, Benji can open up a lot of the angles and just stops any flow in towards the bomb site. So just playing from above would be an easy pause for Benji to play. And really for G2, I mean, they can drop hatch if they wanted. They can work yellow if they want to. They've got tons of options right now in terms of where they can go. This feels like a matter of time. I'm assuming that it's going to be the hatch drop from Doki, and maybe try and go for the plant on the reinforced wall. Push the drop, and it was opened up, so instead has to move towards the concrete. But look, I mean, 5 players that he has to try and find, and there's a flawless for G2 on their first outing on the attack.
I mean, that was just clinical, right? That was surgical. We've always known that G2 could be a roster that plays very, very well on the attack, but that was team play, and that was team play with a capital T. They really had it nailed. It was just everything was locked in at the parts that needed to get it done. Everyone was aware of where the others were doing. The fact that Alamau went in and then pulled back shows that they were aware of the threat that was coming towards them as well. They sort of sensed the sharks in the water and didn't want to give away that first opportunity. Very, very well-weighted approach towards their opening attack here, and oh, we're not going to go back down towards the basement, instead off towards the top floor.
Now, this makes things interesting for G2. Just getting that round back. Same with that I kind of talked about Geekay versus Twisted Minds in our last consulate. You know, closing that gap, making it 4-3 rather than 5-2. It's going to do a lot for the morale and momentum. Start things off well on this half, and for G2, after that defensive half that did not go their way, you have to do it all on the attacks. Looking at the lineup, Fast and Furious coming in with the blitz. combo that too with the Solid Snake, and I mean, we know that combination, being able to give correct calls to the Blitz. Blitz can then just rush the player down. Great combo. Let's see if they can make it work in this round.
Well, Flash is not going to make it work this round. Neither is Guys. Look, they're in and they're off and they're all over the shop here. The 4 versus 2, as soon as it starts, does get a little bit leveled and balanced by Rorik, but now he is all that is left. Doing his best to fight his way out here from the corners he's built himself into, but tracked, targeted, post-planted, potentially put to bed. There it is. Shaiko has the over the top, and G2 fired up.
Wow, G2. 3, 2, 1, 5 players into the bomb site within 30 seconds. I mean, just a rush and a half, and look, they pick up the kills. Shaiko and the Deimos. Doesn't matter what the tag is that he has attached to his name. Shaiko and Deimos. It's always going to give results, isn't it?
It's, you know, there needs to be the same way we got like the Pulse Macy J skin. Where's my Shaiko Deimos skin? Where's just a skin of Shaiko? Like they import him as a model. They could just emote it on cam.
Razor wire up.
I like how he says that as if that's an unknown quantity.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Full forward though.
Frack, get in there. Don't let him steal your thunder. That's Frack. Frack's the emote guy.
So G2, if they get this one logged in with the same pace, I mean, we were like previously 4 rounds in a row on the attack. Oh, that never happens. This is crazy. And now here we are. 2 very solid rounds in a row for G2, but 4 over the board.
It's a different style massively, isn't it? You look how slow those first rounds were for VP. I mean, they kind of sapped the energy out of G2, didn't they? Whereas G2 is how quickly can we win or lose the round. They are just going, just pedal to the metal, not looking behind them at all, just going forward the entire time.
They've got themselves this continual drive, and we've obviously got Shaiko on the Deimos once again, but now we've actually mentioned it, it might be something that gets pulled away. It always becomes this tricky element as well. The side of Virtus Pro, what do you ban to remove? They've done the Grim, they've done the Ying, and yeah, you could do the Deimos, it's been used well, but so has the Docker bit. So is the approach that they've sort of lit there on. It feels hard to pull anything out of this lineup right now. And there's the reveal, the steady on catch. They've got a decent vertical hold here, as to be expected. There was that round that Virtus Pro did, where they tried to just smash and grab their way in towards the side, and it didn't quite work. I don't think G2 is entirely going to go for the same instead. Pressure over the top, here's the calls, here's the scans, here's a thorn trap to force them back, and well, all the pressure's in, but Rorik actually gets the opener in the second. Will he find himself a third? Basher gets dropped in the meantime. There's 2 quick backs, and now he desperately wants this one to keep things leveled up. Doing his best, holding onto the narrow angles, but gonna pull back and double up with his teammate here. Good work to get them off to the right foot in the races, but at the same sort of time, a great response.
Got eyes on him.
Oh, Shaiko has a track. However, big old piano on the way. Can't thread the needle onto the shot, though, and let's see the challenge back, though. I mean, a minute 10, a 3v3. The position that Shaiko's in, it's not a bad spot, I think, for G2 to be in. Something can maybe try and work his way in towards connector and maybe try and use that hatch to try and assault those players inside of piano. That could be the game changer.
Bit of a pause. Bit of a break in the action as they want to run the numbers. The reveal of the position from that Razor Bloom means that slow and steady sneak approach isn't going to work, but it buys them another 10 seconds. And that 10 seconds right now is gold. Doki, though, he's finding diamonds. He's got Dan dropped. Oh, he almost leans into the next engagement, but he's doing enough to draw focus. But the plant is the thing. Shaiko's got the kit back. Gonna just drop on towards the hatch and get themselves locked in, but oh no, the hatch is being watched back from above. They're stomping, getting one, a 2 versus 1. They have the pings in the player. Unbelievable swing now on towards that last location. Pulls off the plant. Oh no. That could have been the moment. Shaiko's going to have to just stick this one round, but they know exactly where he is. Can he get it locked in time? He can, but he can't get any further.
A monumental clutch from Nako. He played yellow. You know, well, he already started off well in towards the top floor, but in that second half, whenever he had to fall back from that top floor, he just sat on yellow stairs because he knew, if I can try and hold on to the connector and stop a player from G2 playing that hatch, my guys inside have a chance. They have a fighting chance that they're not going to get picked off. We've seen the traps. We've seen him put up a fight. He tried to stop players getting in towards connector. He stopped Stump from doing so. Whenever he lost his kind of only player in the bomb site, at that point he said, okay, I'll fall back and then maybe play a retake. And then as soon as Stompin drops that hatch, immediately Nako's like, okay, I knew all three of them in the mid floor. I can go straight upstairs and play that hatch. And you look at the value that he got from that. And he just put them in such a difficult position. You know, G2 worked their way in through that top floor. They were able to, you know, use the verticality. They challenged on the players in towards piano. But because they all left the top floor, it then allowed that retake to happen. And we know trying to plant in that bomb site is difficult if you have all the vertical angles opened above you. And that was the issue that Shaiko had. But, I mean, a massive for Nako, I think, to get his team back into this half. Because you could have very easily have went down the route of, you've just built that snowball that G2 started. You've just made it even bigger. So it's really important he's been able to stop that.
And it's also important they probably follow up with a conversation, because G2 weren't a million miles away. We were all there. We all saw it. Things showing up how they have. I mean, just big chunks of rounds, right? People aren't just taking little nibbles of this game. They're putting in the fork, pulling out a big slice, and seeing if they can get as much as they can. There, that take, beautiful. And here, Shaiko, I mean, he was able to get the plant down on this position. It's just he didn't trust that he could cement it. Maybe the bulletproof is that reveal. It's frustration. Great play there from Nako. Now Virtus Pro, they get themselves once again in the lead. And now they've had their conversation. Can they just push this one towards the end? No more chances for chaps. Only
10 seconds
chaps to
left.
play Great Siege.
Reload!
5 seconds left before insertion.
Here we go. Basement defense. Back at it for VP. And for G2, a really good roam clear, and then from there it was really simple for them just to finish things off. See what VP want to do differently. You have got the roamers upstairs again, and I think it was Doki found two, didn't he? He came in from the exact same position he is now, in through admin. He's able to get a cut-off, find two of them. For VP, they're going to hope that doesn't happen again and put up more of a fight upstairs. I do like the addition of the pulse, because look at this information that Nako's been able to feed over towards Pasha. He can call out saying, yes, one guy outside of Visa. If Doki maybe wants to go towards the rappel, again, can feed that information through. So a good pickup. And maybe that's something that VP were, maybe they said, no, we're lacking this. Maybe we're lacking that kind of constant information that we can get from these different operators like the pulse. So see if it brings them any value. Which I think it already has.
Going to be hyper aware of any chance of portions of the map being retaken. That's the third time we've seen that today from 3 different teams. And Pasha's just going to move on. He's not going to. He's going to make them have to redo their homework, right? He's going to keep this G2 team guessing on their first point of ingress, their first avenue in towards the building itself. Still with that decent information grab. As I said before, you know, they could remove the Deimos, but now we get solid Shaiko. As the tracks come together, as the steady removal of utility elsewhere, here comes a final bit of boots inside the floor just above the site. They've done the top floor itself and everyone is back together, but 2 minutes gone here, Demo. All they've done so far is shepherd the players down to the basement.
And that's it. Minute left. You still have to do all the destruction with the ram, which Ben's just going to attempt to do. Don't forget, there's still denial. He's still got Goyos, and Les Alamau has been kicking him off. Didn't see. gonna have to try and get his switch thrown in, and just hear a pop of some form of Goyo canister. Even Nako still giving this information out. C4. If a C4 too, he's gonna let her rip, and Benji just shrugs it off. 30 seconds left. G2, where are they gonna plant? Is it gonna be towards yellow? Is it gonna be another hatch drop? That's the question.
Shaiko gets Rorik, 5 versus 3. Things are starting to sort of peel away at this point. But with only 10 seconds as we scream in towards the red time, there still has to be this collapse. The plant is being secured, attempted, swung round. Just takes a second to score here, and the score is actually showing up entirely for the side of G2. They knew exactly where that last man was. Pasha, gone, game, tied. 2 rounds to go.
Good from G2, making that execute work with, again, really only a minute left at the time they got themselves in towards Piano. Started opening up the vertical angles. Still had enough time to remove utility, start gearing up for that hatch drop, try and get that diffuser down again. Then still having that backstab element. And you've got Stomp, and he's just a nightmare, isn't he, to go up against in that Dokkaebi, I feel, for VP. He's just here, there, and everywhere. And then look, I mean, Shaiko as well, the Solid Snake, just that constant information in that late game. Not only does it obviously give information for G2, knowing exactly where the remaining defenders are. I mean, if you've got like 20 seconds to go and you're going to get pinged by Solid Snake, you are going to be like, ah, well, death is upon me. What am I supposed to do? Exactly where I am. There is that element too where VP, if you kind of get pinged in the late game, you think there's nowhere else I can go. All the angles are opened up above me. I just have to accept what's going to happen to me.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, G2, important round. Square it up. You do not allow VP onto that match point. VP towards that top floor is where they go.
How much of the conversation was that site before? How much of it was a game plan, and how much of it was a round-by-round basis? See now as Alamau gets on the black bid and to try and drive their way in. Clash obviously sort of brought in, try and slow things down, try and offer just a little bit more counter towards it, but they have enough to deal with it if they want. There, a few pockets full of frag grenades, the Flores as well. An operator that, again, yeah, I guess that's one of the things about Shaiko is you can always be like, this is a Shaiko operator. But to be honest, a lot of them are. Here, though.
Reloading, cover me.
Game exceptionally balanced. I think it's one of the fairest comments to make about how this approach. Remember what we were talking about with G2 in the first half. Nobody was really getting into the gun game at first. Then it was Shaiko and Benja. Now you look at the team, almost all of them level, yes, and Shaiko just continually going.
VP.
Starting shotgun.
Flash comes in to try and disrupt this G2 side. And G2 gonna go for a different approach to what they did last time, where it was just a quick rush in through yellow. The admin clear is what they're attempting. They have good operators to do it with. And the Flores comes in for that very reason. Great at clearing away vending. And then also in towards the front desk, you can remove the all the wood towards that desk. It looks as though it's already been done by VP. So that's really good information as well from the Flores. Nobody in towards the front desk. You know, you can basically just take long for free, and nobody's really going to be able to challenge you. You have that clash, but yeah, just push her back with the Flores. Really pushing him from Spiral, I think, is going to be a pretty big position that G2 need to try and take. And yeah, here we go. Doki's in along with Stomping behind him, and this is where he can just open up onto the bomb site. And oh, using the Goyo, getting rid of the clash, using the flames. Rorik just about alive.
I mean, he was lucky to swing out there. You can see they've done the Kivas to make sure nobody could chase from the back. But at this point, the pressure they put onto the site and the shepherding work they've done to force them further and further back, and the removal of that Goyo, the Blackbeard should be able to suck himself in and get a plant in just a second. Look, the pressure keeps going, but there is still Nako not too far away. But what can he do, really, to prevent this plant? Nothing other than just going for the swing and hoping nobody's covering it. Somebody is covering it. They waited for the contact and got him on the pinch. Stomping gets another. And the clash might set up. They do get one more kill on the side of it, and they're going to see if they can slip their way back. That's that player on the back end. There's destruction from underneath. A statistic that we have coming into this round demo, that outside of the first, the entry kill has dictated the result every single time, and that has not changed since.
Yeah, great stuff from G2. I mean, Shaiko being able to use the Flores to see that nobody's in towards the front desk, not contesting that side of the map. And what did G2 do? We'll take that straight away. Fire pushing up Spiral, coming in from long corridor. And once you take this part here, this kill from Doki is so important because it establishes that foothold. And if you're in that position, you can then hold that cross in towards me and just go for a simple plant. You know, that is so important that G2 got themselves into that position. So again, it's just analyzing those weaknesses and calling off the back of it. G2, match point on their first outing. Not bad if they can get this over the line.
Connection established.
I mean, they've sort of gone through the ringer of emotions, right? They were 0-4. They were,
Yeah.
again, the softest way of putting it, struggling. But also at the same time, you know, Virtus Pro, they're still trying to find their feet as well. They're trying to get themselves set up. And they're just, in their own way, struggling now. But I think it's a different kind of thing, right? Where I'd love to be able to see the sort of stats on how they've operated since half and who might have been able to drop off or who might have been able to get a position, because, well, they're all pretty much level as well. But if it had been the other way, right? If we had started on G2 on attack, what names from Virtus Pro might be the ones looking towards it? 4 plants in a row. Nako obviously got a 3K on the round that they did win. And as I said before, the entry kill has been a guideline, that first little flag of like, okay, we know which way this will swing. Which, to be honest, just sort of shows how well both teams are playing the trade game. How important the entry is.
I mean, what are they up to? I mean, Almau's thinking about going for something quick. If he's on that blitz, he's always going to be looking for the gap that he spots every time, it feels like. One thing about Alamau, if he sees an opportunity, he's not going to miss it. Always goes for it if he can. Here we go, perhaps jumping in towards bench. Might be the idea. Does he know it's clear? He's going to go for it anyway. A Gumine will stop his approach. Does he have time to take it out? He does. And surely if you're Pasha, you're kind of screaming, guys, I think they're going to come for me. I think they're going to come straight in towards Piano, and Shaiko able to pick up Dan. Now they have lounge control for G2.
Here's the approach, here's the pressure, and here's that chance for players to sort of mark their name. There's one for Rorik. Gets himself round, but this is that sort of play. Right now the pressure's back on. Pasha gets one, ducks in on towards the blitz, who puts the fight in, but Pasha has the cover, and Doki has it from deep. A 2 versus 2.
Near my location.
Skies and Pasha, Doki and Stompin. Oh no, not at all. Instead, it's overtime.
Wow. Oh, VP pulling out a well, not even a retake, but they had to get into the bomb site, didn't they, and stop that plant going down. G2, they were a 5v3, wasn't it? I think it was a 5v3 that they were in. And then the kills just dwindled away. My word, what has happened there? VP somehow stay alive. I thought they were done. But no. Bit of a rally. It was Pasha, wasn't it, inside of Expo being able to pick up, was it 2 or 3 kills, was it? I don't know. He picked up a lot. Pasha, yeah, big double kill. Being able to kill that blitz. Wow.
It's weird how Expo has been the strongest side for defenders throughout this entire game. Of the 4 times it was played, the attackers have only won it once.
Now you see me, now you don't.
Maybe there's something there. I don't know.
Attackers have
Maybe it's just
located
the risk
bomb.
and reward. It was where we saw Virtus
10
Pro lose
seconds
their
left
first
before
attack round.
insertion.
They tried something risky and weren't rewarded for it. B2 almost were, because they got themselves off to a decent start, but then Asher pointedly pulls back 3 kills. On towards Cafe Garage though, and well, G2 are on their attack. Wouldn't always be like it's the preferred side for a map like Consulate, but here very much is. Both teams have found 4 rounds in their attack. Okay. Fronts and fronts violence. Goodbye, skies.
Wait, enemy.
Wait, enemy.
Deploying shock drone.
Again, just for Shaiko, it's like, you know, you ban away the Deimos. And usually it was, oh, you ban away the Deimos, he'll just play it like Nomad. You know, he doesn't care. I think Solid Snakes is new secondary, is new backup.
Oh, yeah, I mean, why not, right? Transferable skills. I can find people and I can shoot them in the face. Shaiko has that ability and that power. Asher obviously was almost caught out earlier on, but he's able to escape, and that's the most important part because he can still utilize that C4. He can still utilize that last Tiburao canister if he needs to. Rorik, though, ooh, has this gone uncontested? It seems like they're aware, but Benja has to play this Titan, right? And he doesn't win the fight.
Oh.
Rorik removes the head of Benja, and now they have all the pressure above, so they have to put it inside the site as well and say, look, we have this man advantage. Oh, it's a game of chicken. And VP winning out either side. There's at least one for Alamau, but he's going to be surrounded somehow. Target to target. But as Doki goes down, it is just the blitz left, and Virtus Pro peel that one back.
Wow. I mean, the fight back from VP. I mean, VP, it feels as though they do give like a lot of ground away, don't they, on the defense? Yep. You know, it's not as though they're going really heavy into the roam game. You know, they're very much comfortable with letting G2 kind of set up, which is surprising as well for that basement, because we've seen G2 have a really good time in that basement attack. Because G2 play it like pretty standard, pretty default, don't they? They just go above, they play the soft destruction, they drop in, they go for the plant. You know, that was a different approach for G2, where it was more focused on, okay, let's move in and try and get these kills. Let's try and take the backside. You know, they sacked off going for the soft destruction. You kind of sit there and think, why change now? You know, they did very well in this basement, going with a slow and steady approach. They tried to go fast. They tried to go aggressive, and this time it hasn't worked for them.
Will we get all the way? Will we get ourselves all the way in? The fact that it's now swapped over. There's been multiple points in this game where just one team is sort of wrested control, right? The fact that we're in a no-match point, and the fact that so much of the round trading has happened here is sort of big, but there's only one moment throughout this entire series where a team has gotten a single round that's then got their opponents outside of it. It's just been blocks of control and blocks of confidence in a way, but there's the other side of this where you are seeing these two teams get more and more and more confident as the game goes on. They're taking bigger risks, looking for that sort of home run that they can send towards the end, and it's everything that you kind of want from these two teams, right? It's everything that you kind of expect, but not quite able. Yeah, that last player canister does get some of the work done here. They have a bit of a worry right now. So you look at this sort of setup, right, and you're thinking, okay, they kind of probably want to approach on towards the little tuck plant spot, get themselves through coffin, get rid of Doki's position.
Loaded mag!
Then you've got the smoke, you've got the Tachanka. So you're going to be playing a bit of a back and forth game of attrition here. And it starts on towards Doki. Now, can Doki get himself out of here, or can he waste a bit more time and drone utility? He's entirely surrounded on windows. He doesn't know which way to loose the C4, but as the first player enters on, it's going to be the shield over the top, and the C4 doesn't quite get the player. Double down and does escape, though.
Yeah. The fact that he's been able to get himself out of that position is incredible. I think VP probably thinking we should have had that guy dead to rights just based on where we were, but I mean, they used util to get him out of there. Certainly for VP, I mean, this is a matchup where I don't think VP haven't beaten G2, I think, in the past 4 times that they played each other. So even for VP to be in this position now where they could kind of break that streak and beat G2 is massive for the development of this kind of new VP side that we're seeing. You know, almost had to like kind of rub my eyes and think, is this VP? Is this the same thing we've been seeing over the past number of years? And oh, Dan finds 2 from the skylight.
Hello there.
G2 have just said, take us away, put us in cuffs.
I'm not even entirely sure what that was, but I don't think G2 are either. I said it was a game of attrition, but when you're able to just pierce the side of the site and get a couple of kills, you're going to try and find the reward at the end of it. Benja, though, gets one. Maybe they went a little bit too deep here, Nako. He's the man with the kit and he needs some shoulder of support, but as the fire and the flames fall out all around him, he's holding on and hoping for the best. And the best is a 45-second timer separating them from the win. The precious extra point here now. Re-entered, reapplying the pressure. Blackbeard can creep his way around and get himself in a slightly better perspective. He's baiting, but look at Dan underneath. Uses the explosion, gets the angle on towards the kit and the plant. They've now got to clear the multi-story and they get at least one, but Basher gets one right back. 18 seconds, none of it seen. Virtus Pro at one point looked calm and collected, then things got a little bit touch and go. Then the dying throws, they're able to find it their way. And that is their win to take, Demo.
Yeah, big from VP. Finally getting a win over G2. It's been quite a while since we've seen Pasha and Dan beat this side. So they'll feel very good about that. And this new roster, I mean, it is cooking for VP right now.
And what have they cooked? You'll have to go and look in your kitchen in this quick break before you bring it back for our wonderful desk.
A big victory for Virtus.pro. They do it again. Yet another win, and this time over G2. I'm pretty sure not a lot of people had that coming on their bingo cards. That means we get to speak to Virtus.pro. We get to pick their brains a little bit as we speak to the coach behind this team. Dark, congratulations on the victory. You take down one of the highest anticipated teams. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good, to be honest. It's the first week for we testing this team on the games, right? And was a good week. I think today we have a lot of things can do better, but was a good way to start the first 2 games, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dark, I see Neko behind you, and I mean, I need to ask you because some of these attacks were actually super cool, well coordinated. I just want to look back at round 1, for example, where you have this execute on yellow, you have the Ying from the bathroom window. I hope you can see the screen here. I love this preset plan, and I'm wondering how much of that comes from your brain or from Neko's brain. Is that you bringing that playstyle? Is it Neko calling it?
Yeah, kind of both, you know. Like in Constellate, everyone knows a hard map to attack, and you cannot play default things slow. So I love to use these things before too, and I don't remember. I think this idea maybe was something old we use, but in the same way, Neko and Skies use the same in GNG, so they already know how to play together. You can see both rounds we have a Neko and Shield, and the Skies behind. They play really well together. You know? So always the Skies kill the guy when contacting the Shield. They play a very long time in that position, so that's a good thing for them.
Dark, how proud are you of the team today? Because they showed a lot of resilience, especially after going 4-0 up, the potential comeback going into overtime, but then being able to see out the game.
Yeah, like we have a lot of good points. They show a lot of good things for sure. Like we are starting to understand how these 5 players gonna work together in officials. But like I was saying in the beginning, I have a lot of things we can fix because make 4 attacks in Consolate is a dream, but in defense we really don't play well. We respect too much, we give you space, they make a bans like G2 make a really good plan about the smoke and Tachanka, and we cannot give space, we cannot focus execution, and we play a lot of rounds in defense like that, right? So have a things to improve, but at least we get more 2 points, right?
Yeah, nice. And then just for you, this is your 3rd region now in terms of coaching, right? How are you finding it with comparisons to Brazil and APAC as well?
I think, you know, when you're talking about the top level teams, we are already played this in big tournaments, right? So nothing new, to be honest. The difference is for sure in the other teams, but you know, I play against G2 many times the last 3 years, and also have a long time I don't lose.
That's awesome. It's great to hear from you, Dark. I wish we could ask you so many more questions. We have to move on as well. So thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with what you're cooking with Virtus.pro.
Thank you, guys, and thanks everyone for supporting us. Valeu a todos os brasileiros, tamo junto aí. A gente se vê nos próximos jogos.
Thank you so much again, Dark, and great to have these insights on who really is that big voice behind the team, but also when the team is playing. And we're seeing that come to fruition perfectly inside this game. I actually feel like, you know, thinking back about that interview, you know, they won a game, they beat G2, Jack, and still he's like, yeah, there's so much we need to fix on defense. You know, we're giving them too much space. He seems harsh, but I feel like they have big ambitions with this roster then.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's important to celebrate the fact that they got the victory, but they actually could have got a full 3 points today. And I think, you know, he realizes that. He realizes that the team are still new. It's still in its infancy in terms of experience, in terms of playing together. So they are going to have these types of days. Even when they win, it's important that they still have the learnings. Clearly, these players want to be playing at the top. They've clearly got what it takes to go to the top. So it's important for them that, yes, they still celebrate, but yes, they also learn as well.
And I don't think that was clear before this roster came to fruition, because on one side you've got Rorik the rookie, on the other side you've got Neko and Skies. The first international event they went to was EWC last year. We've never seen them on a big stage at a major or at SI. So the only 2 players really that had the potential to contend for grand finals were Dan and Pasha. And now you look at this roster, you look at the evolution, you look at the resilience in that first BO1 against G2, and you think, yeah, maybe the ceiling is higher. Maybe Dark is right. Maybe they should not be happy with only winning 8-6. They could have closed this earlier. And so I'm starting to believe that VP can really become that top 4 team that we were missing last year, the consistent one, right? We have the top 3 in Falcons, Secret, and G2. Maybe we have a 4th team challenging it right now. Might be early to call it, but so far they have that potential and they've showed it.
Yeah, they could have closed it earlier if it wasn't for Shaiko's entries in that second half. He was absolutely showing off. Maybe a bit of a slower start for him, first time in this G2 jersey. He's putting up fights, but against Rorik, I think, Leo, it just seems a little bit impossible today. Again, what another game for this rookie player.
we said today was going to be a test because now is the moment he's facing the la creme de la creme, right? The top of esports and of EML especially. He's doing so well there. Important frags all along. And that triple kill on the room with Vigil was key, by the way, to go all the way in overtime. Shaiko on the other side, I mean, he always delivers. First pro play, first game with G2 at the top level, and he delivers. 14 kills, 5 opening kills, and despite that, G2 cannot win. He was the main reason these guys were still in the race, and he brought them all the way in overtime. Not enough today, but honestly, it's not so much G2 not playing well. It is VP playing incredibly well.
Yeah, I think for Shaiko, that's the quality that G2 have bought and paid for, right? They know that they get a proven fragger that's going to get kills regardless of the situation, whether they're 0-4 down, whether they're 4-0 up. He's just going to keep getting those kills, and that's exactly what they got. But yeah, I think both me and you, Leo, we are the biggest fans of the Rorik fan club right now. We are the founding members, right? Because he's been going absolutely crazy. You know, it's now the third time we've highlighted him just on today's broadcast, but he has been so instrumental in that victory today.
Star of tomorrow.
Yeah, you love to see it. I mean, it's not the last time we're seeing French players on today's broadcast either. In fact, we have a kind of a French party coming up after the break. The final game of the day, Rebels versus Falcons. Already time for our final game of the day. Not just any game. We get to see the new iteration of Falcons with that pickup of Joom going up against the French roster of Rebels. Big things to talk about. Let's dive into Falcons first. They do have that interesting pickup coming in here, picking up a player that showed his worth during a 6 Invitational Grand Final. But in general, we know this roster is up to cooking things, right? Themselves, the core of this roster, also got 3rd at the 6 Invitational. That is not just anything to quickly brush over.
No, I mean, we look at Falcons as the most dominating team in recent history in EML, and on international stages, no one has achieved the level of consistency that they've had. The problem is exactly the result or the consequence of that consistency. Consistently reaching grand finals is great. Not winning a single title, that hurts. And for players like Kickoff, for example, that are so passionate about the game, they want to lift hammers, they want to lift major trophies. When you reach a certain point where it just feels like it's never going to happen, that you have this glass ceiling, I advise anyone to go on the YouTube channel of Falcons and go watch the video about their journey at SI and how they felt if they didn't win the hammer there, it was the end of that roster. Jack, they made the choice to remove Shaiko and pick up Joom, and that was such a bold move.
Yeah, it absolutely broke the transfer window for me. I think Shaiko versus Joom, the 2 players, obviously they removed Shaiko. They had to make a change to their roster, didn't they? They had to, you know, break something, and it ended up being Shaiko that ended up leaving and Joom coming in. Now on paper, it kind of looks a little bit like a side grade. This is the 2025-2026 season stats for both players across the whole entire competitive year. Both of them top 10 player rated in the world with 109 EPS. Very, very similar stats. But I think importantly, I think Joom brings a new life, a new blood to Falcons, but he also brings a lot of flexibility in his operator pool and the way that he plays, whereas Shaiko was a little bit more limited in that regard. So, you know, I think this is a massive transfer. And the key thing for me in my mind is Joom comes from Team Secret as well. So not only Falcons buffing themselves, they're also significantly weakening a direct rival in Team Secret.
100%. And I mean, it's big shoes to fill, right? But I like to think about what their coach tweeted, what Stuflex tweeted after they made this roster change, right? Replacing a legend like Shaiko is never easy. You're not here to replace him. They see Joom as a very valuable asset to this team. And obviously, he's shown his worth, right? He kept Secret alive during that 3rd map at the 6 Invitational Grand Final. So big promises, very exciting stuff for this roster in general. They have to take it up against a bunch of French players, and especially Elems going up against that core of the players that he's won a major with, right? Elems is known to play with players like Bride, with Likifak as well, so pressure on the shoulders to show off against his former teammates. And we saw pressure creates diamonds, especially for Rebels yesterday with that first game. Jack, those player camps, the reactions from this team, they were hyped.
Yeah, how big a victory was that yesterday? You know, these guys, they grinded. They went all the way through Tier 3, Tier 2 together in terms of getting into this league. Everything built up to that first game, and then they go out and they put in a performance like they did. 7-2 against Geekay, a win to start it off. It's absolutely perfect for them. No wonder they were so hyped.
No, and really, I think the one line that struck with me with LMs was, we grinded our way to be here, and that's what made the difference. They had the hardships. They went through Tier 2 for an entire year of scrims and went all the way, and it paid off. And I think to go and win that convincingly in your first pro game, I think it meant a lot for these players. And I think playing against Falcons today feels special for certain players. If I look, especially at the younger ones, if I look at Linko, for example, you know, only a couple months ago, he was so happy to have played in a French LAN with Likifak in a mix and win with him. In fact, he even tweeted about it. And he said here, and I will translate for you, "Thank you for everything. It was a crazy experience. It was so cool. You're the best in-game leader in the world." That's what Linko had to say about Likifak. He's now about to play this guy all the way in EML at the highest level of his region. So there is a shift for me. These guys, they've been looking towards Falcons for a long time. They're French, they were up and coming, they've seen these guys on the highest stages. Now they get the chance to go and challenge them. This is Feno saying, Likifak, Shaiko, you guys are too strong, too crazy. This was him looking at Falcons play in the Munich major. Now they get a chance to challenge them. I don't want them to feel admirative. I want them to feel like they can beat them. And this is the beautiful story. They get to challenge their idols today.
It's a very nice way to put it. I was gonna say, this feels very wholesome, and then we're gonna have to see them go up against each other inside the server. Question remains, where or exactly what map we'll be heading to for this final best of one of the day. We're going to water. Ooh, a frag-heavy map, Jack. How are we feeling about this?
Yeah, that's kind of just what you want. It was a long time Bama ban actually for the Falcons and their roster, but they brought it, they worked into the pool, they brought it in, and it clearly suits their playstyle. Any team that's going to be the best in the world is going to be good on border because naturally they're going to have the best fraggers. So I think that's going to be good for them. For Rebels, they go back on it. This was the scene where they got the victory yesterday and they looked oh so comfortable. How much can they change realistically coming up as a tier 2, tier 3 team? We often see they don't have depth of strategy pool. So I think there might be some adaptations they might need, because if not, Falcons, we know they've got 8 million support staff. They will have studied that game and they will be ready for it.
Well, previous results don't guarantee future success. Can Rebels replicate that result on border? The map is ready, so one more time, please take it away, Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, Anna and the team on the desk. And we have our French brawl ahead of us with a couple of guests, and probably all eyes on Doom as the most special invitee towards the Falcons roster. Changed demo. Dun dun dun.
Yeah, I mean, Jack kind of said it. It's a side grade. I think that was always one thing that certainly we kind of looked at Falcons and said, right, if this team ever makes a change, you can't really upgrade. You know, you look at that throughout all the majors, the runner-up places that they've had. You're never going to find an upgrade for those 5 players, but you will find side grades. And you've seen the comparison pretty much like for like between Jim and Shaiko. You know, so in terms of what Falcons have been able to get, yeah, it just things should just be normal as always, isn't it? You know, you've got that same style of player who can go in, make things happen, can drop silly numbers in the game. That's what Jum is going to bring you. And obviously for Jum, I mean, it's going to be a new experience for him. You know, he's off Team Secret, and he was there for, you know, a pretty long time as well, don't forget, a pretty long-standing member of that team. So for him now, coming into, as we know, a very well-established side in Falcons, he's almost going to have to get up to speed pretty quickly, because we know Falcons and the expectations, even with a roster change, they're going to want to hit the ground running.
They don't, I guess, is the fairest way of doing it. Do what their previous teammate Draco did, where they didn't really hit the ground running. They barely hit it walking. I think it started off as a bit of a crawl, as G2 got battered around a bit before they found their feet in towards the game itself on their defense. And now Falcons, let's see if they can try and get the change round. But the opponents, a team that is built brick by brick and had a brilliant showing here last time round. But
5 seconds left
when we talked about the game, and obviously I got to cast the game yesterday, and it really was a bit of a shutdown, but it wasn't that anything was too crazy, right? We saw some great control. It was great team play. It was sort of the elements that were missing from the side of their opponents. Geekay, here, Falcons, you assume, will have that a little bit more down and unlocked. They'll have themselves a bit more set up. So the tricks that were the trade yesterday might be something that they're trying to barter a bit better with this time around. Rebels starting themselves on attack. This the flip of what they did. Technically 100% success rate yesterday on their attack, and it started with the sake on towards armory lockers, got the plant down, got themselves in, and even lost the entry. So we'll see if that's something where they can try and build it behind once again, but Kickoff's just going to drift his way around, keeps himself a bit attentive and aware of where the chance and the pressure comes together. Alems is happy to sit and hold on hope that a body will drop down that hatch, but we have the benefit of the sight that there's nobody really in towards that position at all, and the minute ticked on. Instead, the rotate round and the pressure towards the top of square.
You see Falcons not really playing into a massively heavy utility-based lineup, and that's mostly because of the bans that Rebels have went for. No Mir and no Azami, those kind of extensions that you see on border, that's not going to exist at all. Almost a double for Brene. He's only going to be able to fly the one. Alams has the kit, by the way. It's just a jump in the window. He's going to do so. Users will pick up Fenno, who is pushing the door beside him. And now Alams has to make a decision. Does he go for the plant? No, he stays, holds the angle, finds the kill, but he overextends, exposes himself to Solitov. Mar's able to get one, but Solotov's there with a pistol. They know where the last one is. Tinku also has a goo mine in his boots. That's just going to slow him down ever so slightly. A 1v3 that he has to try and clutch up against, and Falcons, you can see them all kind of retreated back to the bomb site. They know they have the kit. Minute left. What can he do?
Yeah, they don't have to overextend. They don't have to really sort of play with any of the stretch. They breathed out when they needed to and just inhale again. Get themselves ready. Step back in. And hold on to this. 45 seconds. Doom, Solotov, and Likifact to get through. I guess that's always the nightmare, right? When you're up against a team like this. Sure, it's a side grade, but it's because of the brilliance they are. And there's Doom. And again, a jersey that it's a surprise to see in. We'll get used to it.
I would say that he'll get used to it pretty quickly. No Doom, that player should be able just to slot in, I think, pretty seamlessly with this Falcons lineup. I mean, Rebels, you can see the idea was we'll just try and go quick. You know, they're pretty light in the bomb site, which they were. I mean, you've seen Falcons were kind of towards the other side of the map, trying to hold in towards CC. Maybe could have had the gap, but a big C4, I think, from Bride. That was very important to stop that initial push coming in. Kind of seen the hesitation from Rebels. But overall for Falcons, I wouldn't say anything to worry about. Solid hold. Nothing too crazy. Obviously for Rebels, I think that the way that kind of Leo talked about it on the desk, you know, for some of these players in Rebels, they're going up against, you know, players that they've kind of admired for a very long time, which I think is always a difficult one to kind of take in and think, okay, you got players who really like this team, but you kind of have to go and beat your team that you like. It's a tough one.
Reloading. Well, now with the first sort of step taken away from them, it was actually sort of, you know, on the other side of it. Fine, they started on their defense, but Rebels weren't immediately off to the races. They took a bit of time to swell into the game, and then they got 6 rounds in a row. So always a chance for them to build the progress. The problem is 2 kills between the pair of them. Marto and Lens as the opener means that you kind of want those players that stepped up a bit yesterday. Lems was the MVP, but you had Aston not that far behind. Linko as well, 93, 73 respectively. That confidence needs to come early against a team like Falcons. When you know you're up against names like this, especially with the familiarity of not only the sort of the org, the roster, the players, but the players from within your region as well. Players that obviously at Lems are sort of toe-to-toe with, however, historically, and players that some of these sort of rookies coming in will probably have looked up to however long. Here, you got themselves a tight, narrow angle. This has to be the closest swing round, but back and forth. Nobody's opted to give the body just yet, but it does buy Linky the chance to slip his way across, and there it is. Beautiful pinch on towards Doom. Utilize the sound and the audio cues to get himself in that position. They do get one back, but they're going to keep driving all the way on towards CC and hope that they can find out Solosov, who's about to drift into the next engagement, gets one as Alems gets used in the same second. There's the swing, but can't quite connect in a 3 versus 2 demo.
Good trades from Rebels. Good initial entry, and they've been able to maintain that opening pick now into the 2v3. And in fact, against maybe going aggressive back to site, knows the play. Good Bride. Lambs against his 2 former teammates who he did win a major with, don't forget. On the Deimos, should get some pretty good value in being able to track at least one of the 2. 1 trap left. The Rebels with 40 seconds left. If they can find the information on where these players are and try and gang up on one of them, be a good round for them, but still for Falcons, digging in deep. It's all over the Rebels. It's kind of balls in their court. They have to make the move.
At this point, though, what, 15 seconds? Like you said, they got to make the move. They're still open the verticality, and they're still trying to find the contest against it, but somehow slips away. 9 seconds over the top, finding the engagements. They drop the hatch all around, and they do get the kill. They're ready for this. The player, they're ready for the cross. A bold move there by Bride, but it isn't rewarded. 1 apiece.
Almost there for EFAC, though. barely misses out on the kill. Misses a few shots with the SMG. Does allow Rebels to just see it over the line. I mean, I think for Rebels, just you have that opening pick, and it just kind of plays out the way Border does. I think having that man advantage is very important. And you can see how quickly the kind of top floor defense just fell apart for Falcons. I mean, it's one thing I'll always look at with that kind of Border top floor. It is like a Jenga tower, isn't it? If you remove one piece, 9 times out of 10, the whole thing's going to come crashing down. And that's kind of what we've seen here from Falcons. You lose one, you then have to try and fight back and go for the trades. And again, a lot of time, I think, for Rebels to just kind of pick what they want to do. Good decision making overall. Use the demos, use the verticality. They didn't rush, they didn't panic. Good stuff from Rebels. And I mean, again, I think Rebels, obviously, kind of former Team Secret Academy, weren't they? Seen quite a few other games in the Tier 2 circuit. And Feta was certainly a player who kind of caught my eye. I thought he had some really standout games. Just near the kind of, I think, was it the kind of near the backside of whatever the last kind of Tier 2 event was. Forget what it was. Was it the finals? I think it was the finals.
I think so.
The quals, whatever it was, played pretty well. So yeah, it's good to see kind of new up and coming team, along with, I mean, the Lambs who are still here. It's still going.
Never stopped, but I mean, he was paused temporarily, but they found the remote, press play again, and they did the same for this round. They lose June once again, the entry death 2 times in a row, but they also now lost the Nomad, and she is very important on a map like this, especially this early. You know she's not really going to be able to get any of her proper setup because they haven't been able to get into the building to do that setup. So at this point, what do? Are you going to sort of trust that Falcons are going to have freewheeling? You're going to have to be very keen on the drone game. Make sure that you've at least got a dead player, keeping an eye on it. But the limitations now on towards the watch on a map that is built around the circuit system that seems to just pump blood and the ability to remove blood from each other on this. There's still Day. Looking back from construction as the track comes out, comes towards Fenrir, but oh, hello. Solus was much closer. Gets rid of a Lems, and that's a big, big blow.
Sensor on. Let's see what I can
Back
find.
puts them down. Now a 3v5, or 3v4, apologies, for Falcons. Minute 30. Rebels don't really have a lot to play off. Got a few players in towards the first floor, and that's really it. No top floor control at all. Typically, you'd want to try and get yourselves in towards that office. Utilize the hatch. It's just going to be this horizontal clear, but you see Falcons not wanting to move an inch. They know they don't need to. Have that advantage. Looking for the in towards EFAC, who has now rotated back in towards waiting. They're spending quite a long time chasing this kill, and in for EFAC, just has to play passive. Doesn't need to move, and he has Bride in towards bathroom, who can maybe try and hold a crossfire with him.
Look at Solotov above as well. He's in a position where he could try and put some pressure down the sort of main stairs themselves. He's eyeing the top of it, and there's that pressure, and there's that shutdown. Okay, well, as I talk about it, it comes together and doesn't quite come together, but that does buy an opportunity here. And the grenades, they're just pre-firing and pre-throwing them. Goes for the peek out, hopes that they can try and catch him, but the timer once again takes itself closer and closer, lower and lower. 3 versus 3, and instead uses the one that wants to step into this flank, but as EFAC gets another, now they've got to push the site and push the player. They're going for the pinch on towards the person who seemingly survived everything, and the Solace is just going to be able to get a little bit more time, and another body or two. There's the cover. I mean, just expertly played there by Kickoff, but supported by the rest of Falcons.
Yeah, I think Falcons just knew the win con. Didn't need to make any foolish plays. EFAC, very passive, done very well not to give himself up easily. I mean, he didn't give himself at all. He still lived right until the end. I thought he was going to be a dead man there at the end, but somehow pulls off a kill and uses his there with the coverage as well. Not a lot really happening there for Rebels. It just felt as though whenever EFAC got that kill to make into the 4v3, they just didn't really know where they wanted to go from there. And they just kind of stalled out, and they wasted a large portion of the round.
Hostile.
There's this kill here. And that just not really came off what it felt like. Falcons. Certainly, EFAC's happy with that round. And we know whenever he gets animated, we're always in for a good time, aren't we?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we get clips. And that's why we're all here, right? For the shorts. I mean, it's also the passion that goes both ways. And I guess it's the element of when you have a new dynamic within a team that has been a long-standing team for a long, long time, you start to sort of get these ideas of how does the new element. Now, June, as a player, obviously unbelievably talented. We've seen what he can do, but there's always the conversations of how his energy comes together. He is quite vocal. He is locked in. We've all seen the clips of him as well, and the expressions he places when he beats his opponents and they crush the little statues. Some would say psychopathic. But it's this element of if you have someone else that has the fire that matches Liquefact, because the others not so much. Right? Solotov can be very passionate. 3 days, been having a lot of fun with it, and uses his users, cool as anything. You might be able to have a little bit more fire with your fire, and they say you don't fight fire with fire, but if you want to make a bigger fire, there's nothing I recommend more than, yeah, you guessed it, more fire.
I mean, even to follow up on your point, think about who he's replaced, Shaiko. Shaiko didn't really get animated apart from times where he was getting frustrated. That's really the only times we would have seen a lot of emotion coming in from Shaiko. So even in terms of just having more energy and switching out a player like Shaiko, we didn't really see that from, that's also going to be really important. Lambs, opening pick, takes down Usus at a long angle. I believe that's pretty much the exact same position that Usus died in the last time they were up here. That's a good start. And the Lambs and the Deimos will get a lot of value out with those tracks, and he will go for the Ela, see if he can find Solotov, who to be inside of Archives and almost stuck in hole, just barely gets out of there. I think he takes one shot to the back, but still alive.
I was about to say scrappy fights, and then something like that gets pulled out, takes the head off. Alems gets 3-day on the trade round, pre-places the C4. There's the edge up trying to put the pressure on, and
the gym
all caught out. Marto's all that's left. A 3 versus 1. They have the cam as well. They knew he was coming, and now he's going.
I mean, it's that E-stairs pause, isn't it, from Doom?
Yeah.
Not the first time we've seen it, and he just plays that so well. Yeah, fantastic stuff from Doom. It's the thing is, whenever you kind of look at that on kind of paper and you think, okay, we're defending top floor, why do we play a player bottom E stairs in beside, you know, Tellers and Archives? Why do we do that? And the reason why is, one, if you want to try and stem a top floor attack coming from E stairs, you have to kill Doom, because he can C4 you if you try and walk in towards east, because again, that's all soft destruction. He can then flank you up towards east. If you want to try and pressure him towards catwalk, he can challenge you from that too. So if you kind of want to go from east into office, you need to fight the player bottom east, and we see so many teams struggle with that position. You know, and you kind of think on the paper, just throw a lot of nades at it. You know, that usually seals the deal, but sometimes it's not as easy as just saying that. Whenever it comes to putting it into practice. Rebels just losing out to that same position we see so many teams falter against. And Falcons sitting pretty. 3 rounds to 1.
I think that's the sort of setup, right? It's almost the conversation point I raised at the beginning of, you know, Rebels, they weren't doing anything. They're not really doing anything bad, right? They're going for these grenade takes, they're going for this whatever, but they just weren't punished as much as they are being right now. Their game yesterday was solid. This game is, in its effect, solid in a similar way, but fortunately for them, their opponents are prepared for that. They're more than happy to sort of lean in. They're also very communicative. They're balancing their approach, and they're also just doing things like that. Doom trying to make friends. C4 looped over the top. Won't quite go out the window, but it almost caught Snake.
Changing back.
Move, be careful. And here comes the blitz as Morrow's in towards CC, but Solotov somehow wins this 1v1. How often do you see that happen? Typically, it's the Blitz who walks away with a kill, but not this time. And maybe that's the big bang gone for Rebels. They've used that surprise factor of the Blitz, and it's been shut down, and you still have players such as the Brazil rotate where Soltov still is alive and well. And again, how do you deal with him now? Just losing players by the minute here. In comes out from Sol the Snake. Can see a lot of them, but has to go through them all, don't forget. Solotov with another takes down Alems, and Solotov keeps it going. A free piece for him, a flawless for Falcons in the round. I think cruise control has been enabled.
It's almost the element of changes that come towards a roster. This is that dynamic of, well, this hasn't been a massive change of players in terms of structure. It's been a massive change of players, but it's a side grade. They haven't really had to change the recipes too much here, Falcons. They've just sort of found ways to make them a little bit more German. This is giving them that solid ground here. They get another round. They get themselves locked in. The timeout comes in from Rebels quite early on, and the expectations is always going to be this is going to be your toughest game. When you sort of look at the spread of things, when you look at how you're going to step in, when you're up against Team Falcons, especially after the Rostermania, this is the one where you're like, oh yeah, this is nowhere. It hasn't really changed. You're still going to be put through the ringer, and Rebels just struggling to sort of get themselves right in here. This C4 quite on the reach. That support structure as well, all the way around either side. Oh, Solotov. Oh, Solotov. Oh, not
I think he heard that we were bigging up Germany. He said, don't forget about me.
Yeah.
I was here first. Well, I mean, a different approach here from Rebels, with the kind of Monty being brought in. I mean, this screams like an East take now. Like, usually with a Monty, you try and walk your way in towards East, establish control in towards Office. I mean, last time from Bathroom Tellers, it was just a bit flat, wasn't it, from Rebels, where they didn't have the man advantage early on, and they just really couldn't get themselves back into the round. So, you know, you look at the lineup, you've got options here. I still think they're going to go with the kind of split pressure where they try and get the Maverick in towards vents, and then you can open up the workshop wall and just kind of have that long line of sight looking straight into the heart of the bathroom bomb site. So that's still going to be an option for them. That's why Marto's on the Maverick for this. See, all the walls can be reinforced, so that gives them the green light to go ahead and get that going. I mean, don't tell me they're going to try and go for the jump in. I mean, you see the Monty outside the window with the kit.
You also see the Capitao to try and just cover in on the role play. They want to roll the Candelas through the drone hole. Will be the idea to get anyone that's inside the bathroom. At this point, though. Well, there's the hop in.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Did he have the wrong bolt? Did he mean for that to be a smoke?
I would say, yeah. I love the way he smoked it after he died.
It's just because he was covering the crime. He didn't want anyone to see. Unfortunately, we were there, and well, the idea was there. Unfortunately, we'll put under execution the word lacking. 4 versus 1.
Write that off. We'll write that off on the insurance. Oh dear. What do you reckon? 1 HP in a dream?
Hey, the beautiful thing about our game is it's always possible. Oh. That was a little bit weird. That was a little bit just after the explosion.
It's very, yeah.
Just gave up. Maybe it's not always possible. Kids give up. Desk, take it over.
Thank you so much. Yes, at the halftime, once again, we get to talk a little bit about this first half that we've seen so far, and I feel like the way we set this match up, and it's showing in-game as well, as it feels like it's big brother versus small brother of especially the French players inside this roster. I mean, Leo, you set it up with the tweets as well, but it seems like Falcons is just that different team on every aspect of this matchup.
Yeah, it feels like amateur or versus pro players, right? So you see that they're struggling to get a foot in the building. Whenever they do so, I remember this Stellar's round where they still cannot chase Kickoff playing the Solis in bottom square, and they spend the whole round trying to chase her.
Yep.
Not a single trade there. And then second problem, I want you to pay attention to the scoreboard right now. Take a look at Feno and Linko right now. Those are the two fraggers on the team of Rebels. On a map like Border, they are the ones supposed to get those entry picks. When Asta, when Marto are going in with the shields and the LMZ standing his line charges, they are the ones that are supposed to go, get in, get the entry kill, and get that ground. Problem is, out of 6 rounds, the two players have a combined total kills of 1. That is the problem right now for Rebels.
And I think the big thing and the reason for that is actually the game against Geekay yesterday. Rebels were able to get in, they were able to find some space, they were able to gain some ground in the map and then work through the map from there. Falcons are not giving Rebels that space whatsoever, or they weren't giving them that space whatsoever. They were fighting for every single inch of the map, and realistically the only space that Rebels were being allowed was the space that Falcons were allowing them to have. They were fighting harder and with more team play than GK yesterday. So I think a big change in mentality is kind of needed for Rebels. They were maybe a little bit too respectful of Falcons and really weren't expecting them to fight as hard. Going into the second half, 5-1 down, it is really difficult, and especially now that you get on the defense, I would imagine Falcons will be able to control the pace even more.
Yeah, the main thing here is they're in the defense, and that means that they need to be proactive. They need to not respect him. They need to get aggressive.
That's all we want to see. Show that disrespect against your big brothers as we're seeing the players that you look up to. You gotta make sure you bring the fight here if you want to get some points and potentially a victory on the board, but the second half starts now.
So, how much can they go, or how much can they do, really, in the sort of second half of this game? Pressure's on, but as pointed out, it is just a little bit of a bullying right now. Remember, they've used their timeout as well, and that was their last conversation, potentially. Falcons, they just need to make it land twice. And they won't have Monty or a Dockerby to do it, but to be honest, that's that ever really slowed them down.
Rebels need to do a bit of soul searching to get themselves back into the game. There's Falcons. There's no stress. Just relaxed in their lane, unbothered.
Shoot it if you need it.
Looking like fresh in a pool. Yeah. Just comfy, isn't it? And Taro in a turtleneck. There's another one. And Taro in a leather jacket. He loves a leather jacket, doesn't he, Oldham Taro?
Yeah. And big bushy hair. Anyway, enough about him. Back in towards the pressures of Border here. And I think there's always the element of, we talked about the pick of Border. We talked about it a bit yesterday as well. It's a chaotic map, right? It gives new teams, it gives fresh teams a chance to sort of build around the gun game. But that's what's missing here, right? That's the sort of problem. And you've gone against Falcons on this. And yeah, it's a map that they didn't used to love, but...
It's always going to be a tough matchup, isn't it? Because it's Falcons.
Yeah.
Doom's thinking, maybe somebody might stick their head out for a peek. Well, Linku doesn't look as though he's up for that at the moment. I'm curious to see where Falcons want to try and stem their attack from. Looks as though that is going to be in towards that east. That is, yeah, a Mozzie-controlled drone as well. I don't think Briddy's actually clocked it. I think maybe he has now, as he's just been red pinged by the drone. Well, yeah, it's certainly an east take here from Falcons. A lot of info, though, for the Deimos to use. I mean, June could probably go below and do quite a bit of work. He's going to ping a lambs on the Mozzie. Down he goes. Towards bottom floor, and Solitov will open up with the first pick. Takes down that L that we've seen in towards CCTV. A good start for Falcons. Sit with the man advantage.
Well, that's one, but there's a response on the door and a double down. As EFAC gets caught out by Lems as well. They never have to shut down two of those big sort of fraggers, but when you've still got these three on the board, you know it can always explode. The problem is that man advantage. You just have to make sure they keep that threat of the trade game. They have to make sure that they're paying clear and clean attention towards this approach, because if they're not, then that's where there might be those sort of slip-throughs, which they're always good at finding and exploiting, Falcons. They can look for opportunity, and Doom's actually going to try and get himself underneath. Obviously, there's 2 Deimos tracks, and there is somebody that's just on the bottom of the metal stairs. Filters his way back up, but Lems isn't shy of the engagement, and in fact, oh, he's more than happy to clean it up.
Swapping bags.
Jesus. Trying to use that fire extinguisher and maybe go for a quick peek, but thankfully Morrow not going to swing for it. However, Menno does. That's going to be Fountain opened up. Perhaps for users to try and walk in towards. Metal stairs, though, is his worry. You see him peering over towards it. 2 players actually dropped downstairs, leaving only 1 player in the bomb site. Bride could maybe try and go for a plant as well. Nobody's in a great position. That's the C4, but I don't think that's going to be any luck. No, wrong plant position. Somehow, Morrow's been downed as well. Did he get down via the flames? I don't know what's happened there. Uses has found 2 with a pistol. Don't tell me he's going to find another one. Yes, he is. Where has that came from? Don't you grin? You know what you did?
It's the rare user's grin.
He's grinning.
Went full yeehaw.
Like, what was that?
That was John Wick mode. Someone plays them hard like DMB and just throw it over that clip. That was insane.
We've seen some weird rounds tonight, haven't we? Like,
Yeah.
I've never seen a border round like that play out. Did he get down to a Goyo canister? Is that how one of the players got downed? Honestly, don't know. Was he not trying to plant?
Yeah, it must have.
He got down by the flames, yeah. Because Brady was planting, he couldn't have killed him. I don't know what's happened there. That's a strange one.
Six to 1.
Good luck, Desk. Good luck. Try and explain that one.
Yeah. There's almost this element that you sort of.
10 seconds to insertion.
I mean, just the way that they can make this happening. As I said before, it's never truly over.
5
When you're
seconds
up
left.
against players of this caliber, when you're up against these situations, until it's done, it's not done. You assume GK are sort of watching this, like going like, yes. Like, brutal revenge has been dished upon them, and it might be even more potent than the game that Rebels handed GK yesterday. See if they can try and get themselves locked in here. Falcons just need to push 1 more over the line, and now they've done it with even more odds against them. And still, you're looking at what, Asa, Linko, and Fenno. 4 kills between the 3 of them over the entirety of this game. But I guess it's also fair to say the game has only been 7 rounds.
Falcon stemming in from that east. Bride didn't really do much last round apart from just get the plant down, which I suppose was the important thing. Still not Blackbeard. It's there to establish kind of foothold, take that ground as best as you can. Bit of a run out as well. Just get tagged up just a little bit. And that Boss G trying to tag onto that Blackbeard, but I think Morrow actually takes more than what he's dished out. He drops in towards that first floor now as slowly but surely Falcons are just steadily making this approach, aren't they? They're not moving fast, they're just moving enough.
Well, they have the man advantage. They do almost get themselves level. The EFAC taking a bit of a damage, but instead, look, Bride just drives on through. They know the position that they want. They're not quite aware of the positions they don't have, though. Great take there over the top. Does get themselves level. There's a second and a break. Users is isolated from the other 2. They're just taking it sort of step by step. Now, there is somebody obviously trapped in this situation, but the worry is this. As soon as they go one way, there'll be a support structure that comes from somewhere else. The hand of Asta gets shot. Oh, and then the rest of him follows through. Do they know that he's down? That's going to be the sort of read-through. The grenade will bounce its way around, and there's the end of him. This great bit of movement there from Linko. Not quite happy for this to be done just yet. Gets himself his third for the round, and that's all the players that have been caught out, but no more as Doom drifts on in. Lems, the old steady hand is all that is left to try and grab this round and have our play day and keep it moving. Popping shotguns over the top, 20 seconds, just sending up the blinds to buy themselves a pocket of space. They need to find a place that they can sort of put the shield on the back. It's tough on this site, and it's tougher with that in sight. Falcon with Doom prove, well, just as scary, if not potentially more. A very, very strong opening day here. And I guess that sometimes we go border and it works. We go border, it does not work for the side of Rebels, Demo.
Yeah, it's a clean day for Falcons. No issues at all for them. I can see just Doom. This has always been part of the family, hasn't it, for a very long time. So credit to Falcons. They kick off their kickoff in fine fashion. A 7-1 win against Rebels.
I think it's time that we kick off our shackles of a game and instead find ourselves in a wonderful break.
Falcons flying away with those first 3 points. Very welcome for this team. And we get to speak to them. In fact, we get to speak to the newest addition on the roster as we're joined by Joom. Congratulations on winning your first game with Falcons. And from your interview last stage, we know that you really care about the stats. So how would you rate your debut with Falcons going 11-3?
I'd say it was pretty good. I don't know if you saw on the stream how I died that one round. I literally got wallbanged. I was so pissed. Literally mid falling down, he just wallbanged me. Otherwise, I could have been 11-2. Yes.
11-2. 11-2. That's
Can
fine.
we please update that on the stats? Thank you.
We'll write it into the records. Joom, you was the talk of the transfer window, going from Team Secret to Falcons. How are you enjoying it? How are you finding it? How did it come about?
Good. I mean, as you saw, pretty good start, I would say. Hoping for the best, obviously, and hopefully we can win some titles, but obviously still just the beginning, I would say. So not getting too cocky yet.
I'm curious as to how is the team using you. Do you feel like you were slotted into to like basically fit the spot of Shaiko, or are you guys reorganizing things a little bit so that you can express your own play style? Because you're not really, you don't play exactly the same way. You have your own talent, and I think that they can really leverage the way you play.
The moment I joined the team, they told me they didn't want a second Shaiko. They wanted me for me. And that's why I think they adapted most of the stuff so it would work out for me the best, because they know what my good parts are. I don't know what to say. But yeah, I think that's what they said from the beginning, and that's what we're just trying to do,
It's awesome. Well, we know this is a big opportunity for you as well, right? We know how much support staff there is behind Falcons, how much opportunities are for you as a player in this situation as well. What's been your favorite thing so far about joining Falcons?
I think I didn't expect them to be that funny. I was expecting Stu, Flags, Julio to be a bit more serious, but they're all just super funny guys, lovely to work with, just amazing so far.
That's awesome. Sounds like the vibes really are there, and it shows when you guys get those first 3 points on the board. Once again, congratulations, and good luck with your next game.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Joom about what he's been enjoying in this team so far, and it is absolutely showing off. It is paying off as well. 11-3? 11-2? I mean,
we're not sure.
It goes to the official verdict, right? Are we giving an 11-2 on Joom's day? So maybe we are. Do you know what? He doesn't even need it. 146 EPS. He's had a very, very strong start to his life with Falcons, Leo.
Absolutely. And I think if we look at the way he was playing in this game, I mean, he was there front, left, and center. I mean, as the fragger already with Sentry in the defense, using the kite gun, like I like to call it, boom, the one taps, and then here getting Gidget killed, and after that the C4. I mean, he was everywhere. And as soon as he joined on the attack as well, he doesn't miss a single shot. Wow. The cover of the plant perfectly fine. It's just he's just in the zone, Jack. He's in the zone.
Yeah, he really was. I think actually a lot of the transfers that we've seen in terms of the, Shaiko also had a good one in terms of G2, but Joom onto Falcons today also had a big performance. That's what you want when you join a new team. You don't want to be kind of lagging behind. You want to put out a statement of performance. This is why these guys busted it to come and get me on this roster, and that's exactly what happened.
We can take one look at the results, though, because I'm glad we've had some closer games than what we had on the first day. That day seemed to fly by, this one as well. But we got our first overtime, which was absolutely huge. A big upset, I guess we can say, for Virtus Pro, taking that victory over G2, a big thing for them. Closer games in general, when we look at the standings as well, that's going to show you that Virtus Pro actually find themselves first inside that group. Getting these 2 victories on the board has been absolutely huge for them so far. Heretics currently as that last spot, 0 points so far from these 2 games. They have their work cut out for them moving into Group B. Another surprising result, because when we look at that, Leo, okay, yes, they've only played that 1 game, but at the moment, Secret is in that 5th spot. Life comes at you fast when you're slacking in the kickoff.
Yeah, I mean, they were heavily surprised by Twisted Minds. I will say this, every team will say it's so hard to play against these guys, so I wouldn't be too worried. The main thing for Secret will be making sure they gain the points against Geekay and Rebels. Those are supposed to be, on paper, the easy targets for them. We'll need to wait for next week to see that, but they have a full time to just basically rewatch what went wrong, rework everything, and make sure they get those wins and those points that they desperately need as soon as Kickoff starts again.
Yeah, speaking of next week, though, Secret do have that game against GK, one of the easier targets, as you mentioned. A big fight at the bottom of that group there. G2 taking up against Heretics, a rematch or a rechance, I guess, for G2. Heretics maybe an opportunity to get those first points on the board there. Looking at this in general, Jack, any game that really speaks to your mind for next week, Monday?
Ooh, I think Falcons Twisted Mind's a big one. I think any game in Group B really is a big one. GK Secret, as we just saw with the standings, like that group is going to be uber competitive. I think anybody could make it out. Anybody could get left behind. I think, you know, I'm excited to see Falcons and Doom again, but then also the GK Secret game. If Secret have a bad result in that one, it could go very south. So yeah, those two games for me, definitely.
We're absolutely flying through it here at the very final phases of the second day at the EML Kickoff, but that isn't without a reason. If you're a Siege Endurer, you're in luck, because in just a few minutes, quite literally, in about 25 minutes, the first game of the SAL Kickoff will start as well. We'll keep you entertained with some more action there. First game on that, FaZe versus Lowe's, current world champion, going up against the rebuild of that Lowe's roster. Exciting stuff, so make sure you get some drinks, make sure you get some snacks, be refilled for those games to start. We thank you for watching here at the EML. We see you next week on Monday, 6 p.m. CEST for our next game. For now, enjoy the SAL and thank you for watching.
Bye.